Thank you, everyone. I now request Sri Shushanta Kumar Purohit ji, Chairperson VOC Port, to felicitate our chief guest, Sri Vijay Kumar ji. Sri Vijay Kumar ji is an IAS of the 1992 cadre and is at present the Chairperson of the Inland Waterways Authority of India. Under his leadership, the IWAI is leading the charge for Atmanirbhar Bharat through initiatives such as the Jalvahak Cargo Scheme, and he has helped bring an unprecedented focus on marginalized areas such as in the Northeast region. I now request Sri Shushanta Kumar Purohit ji to felicitate our distinguished guest, Sri Abhay Bhakre ji, Mission Director of the National Green Hydrogen Mission, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. I now request Sri Shushanta Kumar Purohit ji to felicitate our distinguished guest, Dr. Vibha Dhawan, Director General of the Energy and Resource Institute, TERI. I now request Sri Shushanta Kumar Purohit ji to felicitate our distinguished guest, Dr. Malini V. Shankar. Dr. Malini V. Shankar is the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Indian Maritime University, Chennai. I now request the Chairperson, VOC Port, Sri Shushanta Kumar Purohit ji, to begin the proceedings of the conference with a welcome address.
Thank you, Hannah Madam. Respected dignitaries on the dais, Sri Vijay Kumar sir, Chairman Inland Waterways Authorities, Sri Abhay Bhakre sir, Mission Director Green Hydrogen, Minister of New and Renewable Energy, Madam Malini Shankar, Vice Chancellor Indian Maritime University, Madam Vibha Dhawan, Director General TERI, and my colleague Deputy Chairman Sri Rajesh Sundarajan. A very, very good morning to one and all. It is a very pleasing to see such a large number of our stakeholders and the various invitees, delegates that have come and attending this conference. And we are very grateful from the boat management that we have requested their participation, and with short notice they could make it. And Tuticorin is a far-off place, and it is heartening to see that we are all attending this function, this conference in a great number. It gives me very immense pleasure to welcome once again to this conference, Green Port and Shipping, Chartering a Sustainable Maritime Future. This event is being organized as a part of a nationwide series of thematic workshops and roadshows in the run-up to the Indian Maritime Week 2025, the Ministry's flagship initiative scheduled to be held in October 2025 in Mumbai. Indian Maritime Week will be a global showcase of our country's maritime excellence, policy direction, and innovations. Though this and the other regional events, we aim to build momentum, raise awareness, and foster collaboration that will shape India's maritime future. Sustainability is not a solo journey, it is a shared mission. And today, it is not just an event, it is coming together of ideas, a sharing of knowledge, and a collective commitment to shaping a maritime sector that is sustainable, resilient, and forward-looking. What makes this event especially meaningful is the broad spectrum of participants present here today, representatives from government, port authorities, shipping lines, research institutions, international organizations, financial institutions, and sustainability experts. The diversity in the room reflects the scale and importance of the challenge ahead and the power of collaboration. The theme of today's conference could not be more suitable. As the global climate crisis deepens, the maritime sector, traditionally seen as a pillar of economic growth, is also emerging as a key player in the climate action narrative. Ports and shipping together account for a significant portion of global greenhouse emissions, but they also hold the potential to be powerful drivers of decarbonization, innovations, and clean growth. Today's conference is designed as a platform for deep and meaningful discussions around the transition. Across the day, we'll explore themes on three critical areas. First, the decarbonization in the maritime sector, where we'll examine global and national strategies to reduce emissions, adopt green technologies, and align the climate goals. Secondly, the green financing and policy frameworks, addressing how we can mobilize the financial and regulatory tools required to support this green transition from alternative fuels to sustainable infrastructure. And third, there will be a panel discussion that brings together diverse voices to reflect on the long-term transformations of India's maritime sector for the next decade. These discussions are not just academic, they are vital. They will help shape future policies, guide investments, and influence the course of maritime development at local, national, and global levels. At VOC Port, we recognize our responsibility not just as a gateway of commerce, but as an active agent of change. VOC Port recently became the first port in India to produce green hydrogen, and with the upcoming 6 megawatt windmill project, we are well on our way to achieve carbon neutrality. Our carbon emissions have dropped by 35% over the past year, reaching just only 0.28 kg per ton. Our efforts to go beyond numbers were implementing shore-to-ship power, e-mobility, enhancing our renewable energy footprint, and have made our port campus plastic-free. We are also conserving water, increasing our green cover, and digitizing operations to improve energy efficiency. Our Harishray incentive scheme for green vessels is encouraging cleaner shipping practices across the supply chain. All of these initiatives are aligned with the Harish Sagar Green Port Guidelines at the Maritime India Vision 2030 and the government's commitment to net zero future. Through the work of Navik Cell 3, where our chairman IWSR is the nodal officer, and with the support of the ministry and our partners, we are laying the groundwork for green corridors, electrified logistics, alternative fuel infrastructure, and sustainable inland waterways. This conference is a testament to our collective intent to listen, to learn, and to lead, bringing together some of the best minds in the maritime and sustainability sectors. Let this be more than just a conference. Let it be a turning point. Together, let us not just chart, but also commit to a greener, smarter, and more resilient maritime future for India. Once again, I take this pleasure to thank you for your presence and participation, and I look forward to a day of enriching conversations and lasting partnerships. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for introducing the conference and rightly pointing out that greening the future cannot be a solo initiative, but it has to be a collaborative effort. Now I call upon Shri Abhay Bhakre ji to address the gathering and share his insights with us. Shri Abhay Bhakre ji is the Mission Director of the National Green Hydrogen Mission, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. In his previous position as Director General of the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Shri Bhakriji was instrumental in formulating key policies for India's climate change mitigation and clean energy transition, including development of Indian carbon market framework. So.
Thank you, madam. First of all, a very good morning. Namaskaram, vanakkam. It's indeed a pleasure that after many, many years, I could visit Tamil Nadu, my home cadre, the Southern Railway. And good to see this place here. Let me first compliment Chairman and Vice Chair, Deputy Chairman and the entire team of VOCPA for getting into this green ports and shipping, and of course organizing this conference as part of NAVIC 3. So we will have a very, very enriching sessions, I could see as per the agenda, and you will be talking about green ports, green shipping. But I'll try to focus on 2 or 3 points which offers a great and unique opportunity for India, and in particular to ports like VOCPA, Kandla, etc. And I'll come to that in a few minutes. Currently, I am heading the Green Hydrogen Mission, a very, very ambitious mission. Now, we talk about climate change. Actually, India is a victim of climate change rather than the culprit for that. But it's okay, because we are at a position, we are part of Jambu Dweep, the ancient, one of the most, you can say, flourishing dweep among the 7 dweepas. But we have vulnerability because of the water, because of the monsoon, etc. So it is a fact that the climate change impacts India or India's culture, India's citizens, definitely. But more so, because we are a developing country, we also have a huge opportunity. And now these are the opportunities, not in terms of mandating our own industry, mandating our own sectors, or mandating our own economy to decarbonize, rather than leveraging the opportunity which lies for the developed country to actually decarbonize. And in this regard, when the Green Hydrogen Mission was conceptualized by the government, it was approved almost 2 years back, we had ambitions that because of our solar and wind potential, because of our water availability, including the sea water, which is also available at a place like VOCPA, we are in a position to offer the green fuels to the world. In most of the parts of the world, including especially those countries, the developed countries in EU, US, etc., they cannot afford to produce green fuels within their country at a very lesser cost, which India can do that. So that's the first opportunity. As I said, we have a huge capacity for the national grid. That means you can take solar power from any part of the country, take it to the other part, and that's how we are planning that as part of the green hydrogen, green ammonia, green methanol. We can get a wind power, any of the wind places like Tamil Nadu, Gujarat or Karnataka. We can take solar power from Gujarat or Rajasthan or any other parts like MP, and take it up to the point where we can produce green ammonia, green methanol through a grid. We already have, as you know, more than 480 gigawatt, that is 484,000 megawatt of power. Most of the countries which are trying to compete or which are our competitor, they do not have even 50,000, 60,000 megawatt or 50 gigawatt or 60 gigawatt. Forget about their grid itself. Our grid itself can take more than 220 gigawatts. Now this is the first opportunity. That's why the hydrogen mission has thought about the green hydrogen. The other opportunity is how to get actually the fresh water for the production of green hydrogen. So we have a long sea coast, and we can use the desalinated water, and most of the coastal areas are using the desalination plant, and we can straightway take it. In fact, we are even trying for a few research projects where we can use seawater directly to convert the green hydrogen. So even those research are going on. Now, why the opportunities are available with India? So this is the strength which I just mentioned. But the second thing is that most of the economies, especially the developing, they have a very strict target. And whatever may be the condition, whether they like or not, they have to comply with that. Even though the net zero goals have been pushed to 2045 or 2050, still the Europe has a target of 55% absolute reduction in the emission by 2030. And if they want to do it themselves means by producing green energy within the European soil, they have to pay a huge cost. The other alternative is that if they can import the green fuels. And that's why when we saw the green hydrogen mission, we found green shipping or the green fuel for the maritime sector came out to be the most optimum thing. And of course, this is pushed or coupled with the IMO kind of a mandate or something that I'm sure throughout the day we will talk. So the green hydrogen mission, if I can just say 20,000 crore is the government funding, but there are many more policies coming up which are giving, like the entire ISTS. So you can take power from one part and other part without any transmission charges. There are electrolyzer manufacturing PLI available that can help domestic production of electrolyzer, and rather than waiting for our neighbor to send the electrolyzers for the Indian plants, we can have a lot of green ammonia. Currently, we are importing more than 2.8 million tons of ammonia, grey ammonia, for our fertilizer plant. In fact, this is only for the DAP plant, the diammonium phosphate. There are other urea plants which are also using the gas. So either we have to import gas, otherwise we have to import the grey ammonia. The option is that we can convert or at least replace some of them as a green ammonia. And I hope most of you are aware that 3 days back we got one of the best price in the world, only below 56 rupees per kg of green ammonia. And we are expecting 3 more auctions in the next week, and we believe that what we are able to offer will be much less as compared to the first tender which has got the supply to Europe was almost 900 euro, and here we are able to get something around 600 euro of the green ammonia at the production. Even if we include transport, I think we will be competitive. The other thing, we got a very good analysis done, and maybe some of you have done it earlier also. The kind of green fuel or the green ammonia rates which are prevailing in some of the liners who are using, it is somewhere between $1,100 to $1,200 per ton. The rates which we are able to discover now can actually offer something below $800 at the landing, including all port charges, taxes, etc. So this is something, there will be a delta or a kind of a price gap of $200 to $250 if we produce green methanol here and offer to the international liners. If that is possible, this is actually the most beneficial outcome of this conference. And that's where the green hydrogen, we are now taking a next step. We are planning for a scheme where we can give a specific offtake contract. We will come out with a demand aggregation the way exactly we did it for green ammonia. On the refinery side also, I think you are aware the kind of prices we have discovered. It is something between 330 to 328 rupees per kg. It is much lesser than what we could have it in our competitors in Middle East, or even, of course, Europe. It is definitely not thinkable. They are going much higher in that. So refinery also are able to use the green hydrogen at a much lesser cost than what was expected earlier. Now coming back to the green shipping, so what we need to do is to identify a few locations like Tuticorin or Kandla or many more ports in India where we can actually have a long-term off-take contracts with all the liners who are passing here. As you know, the number of ships which will work on dual fuel, and I'm sure these will be deliberated in today's discussions. The number of ships will keep on increasing. The requirement itself is coming more than 10 million ton, and our industries, even at the present, as per the present policies, they are able to offer a much higher capacity, at least 3 to 5 million ton of green methanol, so that all of them can use this at a much lesser cost. This will actually encourage IMO to go for clear mandates in the future, and also the question whether we are able to get the green fuels at affordable cost will definitely be addressed by such kind of initiative. So as part of green hydrogen, actually I am thinking, and I will definitely come or to either VCOP or Kandla or wherever, when the first consignment or first bunkering of the ship happens because of the green fuel from India, because so far, for many, many years, we have been importing fuels for a long time. And this is first time that we can think of exporting green fuel for the other parts of the world, and especially the shipping sector offers a great opportunity here. I'm sure today's discussion will deliberate on these aspects, and I look forward for a great opportunity for Indian industries, for Indian Ports Authority and all other experts to make India a global hub for export of all kinds of green fuel in future. Thank you so much for inviting.
Thank you, sir. Truly, India is not the culprit but a victim of climate change. But initiative.
And for that comes storage, transportation, and even how do you dispense that? Because you don't want accidents to happen. And one of the reasons why hydrogen hasn't been popularized to that an extent, and we are still afraid of using it in automobiles, is that the responsible use. So when you talk of these things, don't you think there is a need that we all come together and look for a holistic solution? So for me, it is, and that is what government has done this time for under this hydrogen mission. They have tried to look into all aspects of it, but let's not leave it only to the government. It is responsibility of each one of us also to develop those partnerships. Gone are the days when we used to talk about that we need technology, and we used to look up to the developed part of the world that let's buy technology. And there also there has been a major shift, and still now they are not recognizing that we only have one planet to live, and therefore very high tech transfer fee and royalties dissuade many of us to adopt a technology, or it becomes so expensive that we can't afford it. But then there is another thing which is very good happening, and that is, let's look at human resource in the country itself. It's very heartening to see you go to any part of the country and you will find universities next to none. The infrastructure which is next to none. Now, to use anything, I don't have to go to a developed part of the world. I have that infrastructure somewhere or the other available in the country. But not to say that we don't have to learn anything from the other countries. We do. And that is where partnerships, academic partnerships, becomes extremely important. You have tie-up with a foreign university, and that is what the new education policy also permits us. The dual degree programs, which are becoming common now, because what happens is that once we join our professional career, we don't have 2-3 years to go overseas because we are so busy with our jobs. But then through our students, we can gain those particular pieces of information. So co-development of technology is becoming extremely important. So academic partnerships in developing new technologies becomes extremely important, and that is the direction in which we are moving. And so is the shipping or maritime universities are also doing that. And I'm very glad that we are also trying to develop or identify those gaps and work through TERI as well in those initiatives. And TERI has also set up one institute on energy transition, where we are looking into all these possibilities, that how can you make this transition and which technology, which kind of renewable energy will be the best. It's also, if we look at the Novik Cell 3, that is functioning both as implementation and monitoring mechanism for a setup of well-defined thematic green initiatives across ports, shipping, and inland waterways. And these includes the adoption of renewable energy, electrification of port equipment, vehicles, implementation of shore-to-ship power, water, waste management, green belt development, conservation of marine ecosystems, and promotion of green incentives. Needless to say that if we look at the maritime sector in India, it is advancing very rapidly. And the good part is it is by greening. And again, India has a unique opportunity because as a country, while today we say that our energy consumption is amongst the lowest, much below the world average, but then it is going to change very soon. Because energy is something that is related to your economic power. So as your economic status improves, energy accessibility is there, energy affordability is there, then you're going to consume more. So therefore, we have the great opportunity of going green because as percentage of energy consumed in years to come, the green energy is going to be the major energy where we are moving towards it. In the financial year 23-24, 75.6 gigawatts of electricity across major ports came from renewables, which is projected to reach 507.6 gigawatts by 2930. All 12 ports have implemented STC Phase 1 and are at different stages of completion for coastal and EXIM vehicles. Green truck transition is progressing with tenders floated at key ports and more than 50% of cargo handling equipment and approximately 20% of vehicles now operate on electric or green fuels. Hydrogen hubs, as mentioned earlier, they are shaping, and especially at VOCA port, and PPA with investments exceeding 1 lakh crores. And several ports have already exceeded green cover targets of 20% and 33% by 2030 and 2047 respectively. In addition to core environmental interventions, Novixel 3 is also supporting two foundational cross-cutting areas, that is capacity building and green finance. Under the capacity building component, it aims to mainstream sustainability knowledge into the maritime workforce, and on the financial front, efforts are underway to estimate the scale of investments required for green transition and to explore viable financing mechanism, be it be public, private, or blended finance. I'd like to commend all participating stakeholders for their contribution thus far. The work we are doing through Novixel 3 represents a collaborative, evidence-based approach that is critical for achieving climate resilience and environmental sustainability in the maritime domain. As we deliberate today, I urge all stakeholders to use this forum not only to share knowledge and experience, but also to chart practical pathways that accelerate implementation on the ground. I'll also like to say, please share where you failed, because the failures, basically, they tell you what more is to be done, and let not others do the same mistake. So failures are very important for succeeding tomorrow, so please share those as well. The green transition of maritime sector is no longer a distant aspiration, it is a necessity. Let's look at the international regulations. When we talk of CBAM, of course, we also talk in terms of that, is it something for which India should become a scapegoat, or if we take it as an opportunity, it is not. There are many players and we are growing. So therefore, we will be able to compete much better than many of those who are our competitors today, because they have the capacities built. For transiting or changing that will be a task for them. But for us, we are building for the first time, and therefore we can show to the world that greening is possible. Let's all work together to ensure that India's ports, shipping, and inland waterways lead the way towards a low-emission, resource-efficient, and resilient maritime economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Truly, partnerships and collaborations are the way to go, and the collaboration between TERI and the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways is an example for others to follow. I now invite Dr. Malini V. Shankar to address the gathering and share her insights. Dr. Malini V. Shankar is the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Indian Maritime University and was previously Director General Shipping. I also want to inform the audience that Honorable Secretary of the Ministry of Port, Shipping, Waterways has joined us, and I'm sure he needs no introduction. He was previously also the chairperson of the VOC Port. Malini.
Good afternoon and vanakkam. Secretary, Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Mr. T.K. Ramachandran, Chief Guest of today's event, Mr. Vijay Kumar, who is Chairperson of the IWAI, Tuticorin Port Trust, Chairman Mr. Sushanta Purohit, Director General of TERI, Dr. Vibha Dhawan, Director of Hydrogen Mission of the Renewable Energy Ministry, officers of the Port Trust, of the Director General of Shipping, and all stakeholders. It's my pleasure to be here today, and thank you, Sushanta, for inviting me for this event. Green port and shipping initiatives are gaining momentum globally and hold significant importance for India's maritime sector, as we all know. These initiatives aim to minimize the environmental impact of port operations and shipping while enhancing efficiency and sustainability. For India, adopting the green practices aligns with the goals of the International Maritime Organization, as well as the national goals of achieving net zero emissions by 2070, a commitment which was made by the Honorable Prime Minister in COP26. Global trends in green ports and shipping include focus on renewable energy, developing infrastructure for handling and bunkering greener fuels, shore power or what is called cold ironing, green truck transition, advanced waste management, which should not be forgotten in this focus on fuels, and finally digitalization and automation. Globally, operators are seeking to leverage technology for efficient port operations, logistics, and supply chain management. The maritime industry today stands at the crossroads of opportunity as well as responsibility. As global conversations shift towards decarbonization and environmental resilience, the role of ports and shipping in climate action becomes more prominent than ever before. The transition to a green maritime sector is no longer an option, it is an urgent necessity. However, this transformation cannot be achieved through technology and through infrastructure alone. At its heart lies the need for strengthening of human and institutional capabilities to enable sustainable change, a point made very strongly by Ms. Dr. Dhawan. When we speak of green ports, we are envisioning a new generation of ports that are not only efficient trade gateways, but also responsible for the environment. This begins with infrastructure and operations. Shore power allows ships to turn off diesel engines at berth and draw electricity from the port, significantly cutting down emissions. But implementing these systems requires technical training for port engineers and operators. Also, electrifying cargo handling equipment cranes, RTGs, and trucks need dedicated workshops and hands-on learning. So my focus today in the next few minutes is obviously on capacity building for the green sector. Renewable energy integration is another key area. Ports across India are exploring solar, wind, and hydrogen-based power solutions, as we have heard. But feasibility studies, installation planning, grid integration, and energy management systems all require specialized knowledge. Investing in training for these competencies will ensure that our ports are prepared for long-term energy transition. Another issue is environmental management itself. From managing ballast water and oily waste to addressing noise pollution and coastal habitat concerns, port authorities need a well-rounded understanding of international environment protocols. Training on ISO 14001 and ISO 50001 standards equips ports to implement structured systems for environment and energy performance. Another dimension in this green shipping and ports is policy-level capacity building. Developing green port master plans, defining sustainability KPIs or key performance indicators, and building internal capacity for ESG or environment, social and governance issues and their reporting are quite crucial. These processes ensure that green initiatives are institutionalized, not just one-time projects. Incentivizing greener practices such as reduced port fees for low-emission vessels require administrative coordination and strategic planning, which in turn will depend on capable and informed leadership within port systems. When it comes to shipping, green shipping demands a new mindset in vessel operations and crew training. Seafarers must now go beyond traditional maritime skills and embrace energy-efficient navigation, digital fuel monitoring, and compliance with global emission standards. Programs that train officers on tools like EEXI or Energy Efficiency Existing Ship Index and CII, which is Carbon Intensity Indicator, are extremely essential to meet the objectives of the International Maritime Organization. The modernization of fleets also relies on access to knowledge. Retrofitting vessels with green technologies, whether it is air lubrication systems, wind-assisted devices, or dual fuel engines, is a complex task. Owners and operators need to be supported through workshops, case studies, and collaboration with shipyards and research institutions. Maritime academics, too, has a key role to play by updating the curriculum to include modules on smart shipping, AI, and the Internet of Things, their applications in emissions tracking. Digitalization is a transforming industry. Predictive maintenance, automated routing, and emissions data analytics are not future trends, they are current necessities. Training the maritime workforce in these digital competencies is central to making shipping operations both greener and more efficient. An equally significant area of transformation lies in alternative fuels. The shift towards low and zero carbon emission fuels such as LNG, methanol, ammonia, hydrogen are promising pathways, but they come with their own challenges in learning curves. Handling these fuels requires rigorous safety protocols and high awareness of operational risks. Therefore, training in safe bunkering procedures, emergency response, and firefighting is absolutely non-negotiable. Understanding and applying the IMO IGF code, which stands for International Code of Safety of Ships Using Gases or Other Low Flashpoint Fuels, is vital for port authorities, ship managers, and classification societies. National regulations need to be harmonized with global standards, and that requires building regulatory capacity, not just among enforcement officers, but also among technical planners and project developers. To scale the use of alternative fuels, ports also need to develop supportive infrastructure. This includes bunkering terminals, storage units, and safety monitoring systems. Planning and executing these projects requires multi-stakeholder coordination between government agencies, private investors, fuel suppliers, shipping lines, and actual implementation institutions. Structured dialogues, feasibility studies, and joint technical assessments are part of the broader capacity building processes that can make such coordination effective. Several ports around the world are leading the charge in sustainable maritime practices, and I would like to highlight just 3 of them. The Port of Rotterdam in Netherlands has invested heavily in renewable energy, carbon capture, and shore power. And what is their ambitious goal? Carbon neutrality by 2050. But then we have the Port of Tuticorin, which says they will attain carbon neutrality by the end of the year. Fantastic. The Port of Los Angeles has implemented aggressive sustainability programs, including electric trucks, hybrid cranes, and extensive shore power infrastructure. The Port of Singapore, that's the Singapore's Port Authority, they offer incentives for ships using low-emission fuels and have invested heavily in automation to enhance energy efficiency. Finally, I'd like to say capacity building is about creating an ecosystem of competence and confidence. It goes beyond training programs. It's about reshaping the way maritime professionals think, they plan and act. It's about ensuring institutions are resilient and that individuals are empowered to innovate, to comply, and to lead. India is uniquely positioned to become a leader in sustainable maritime practices. With its extensive coastline, strategic location, and growing economy, the opportunity is immense. But to seize it, we must invest in people, from frontline port workers to senior maritime administrators, from seafarers to shipping executives. Everyone needs to be a part of this transition. By strengthening institutional frameworks, modernizing training systems, and fostering international collaboration, we can accelerate the shift towards greener ports, smarter ships, and cleaner fuels. The choices we make today about what we teach, how we train, and where we build the capacity will shape the maritime sector's future for decades to come. Recognized as India's first green port, with initiatives like solar and wind power generation and plans for green hydrogen production, the VO Chidambaram port has achieved a historic milestone in June 2025 by generating more than 15 lakh units of renewable energy, the highest ever recorded. It will be the leading light for stimulating and guiding other ports towards greening of the sector. The Indian Maritime University is indeed keen to join hands with the VO Chidambaram port and its partners in this voyage. Thank you very much, and congratulations to Navicel 3 for making this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Truly, the efforts towards green shipping and greening our future can only be sustained if we invest in capacity building. I now extend a warm welcome to our chief guest, Shri Vijay Kumarji, and request him to give a keynote address to the gathering. As you all know, Shri Vijay Kumarji is at present the chairperson of the Inland Waterways Authority of India.
Distinguished guests on the dais, maritime leaders, policymakers, experts, industry partners, and my colleagues from Government of India, including the Ministry and sister organizations. First of all, my special appreciation for Chairman VOCPA, Shri Sushant Kumar Purohit and his team for organizing this conference. Sushant has been instrumental through his hard work and persistence in coordinating the efforts of Navicel 3. A really great effort on his part. Friends, the global maritime industry, while being a pillar of international trade and commerce, accounts for nearly 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions. As per an estimate by the IMO, if left unchecked under a business as usual approach, the emissions will rise by up to 250% by 2050, aggravating climate change, contributing to sea level rise, ocean acidification, and biodiversity loss. Thus, we are at a very critical juncture where sustainable port development and green shipping practices, these are no longer optional, but are mandatory to protect the future of our species on Earth. The Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, under the guidance of Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, and able leadership of Honorable Minister of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Sarbanand Sonowal ji, has already created a comprehensive, structured, target-based framework under various initiatives: Maritime India Vision 2030, Maritime Amritkal Vision 2047, Harit Nauka Guidelines, Harit Sagar Green Port Guidelines, Green Tug Transition Program, Draft National Green Shipping Policy, and numerous other steps to have a sustainable maritime sector which would contribute to realize India's net zero emission targets by 2070. Within the ministry, Navik Cell 3 is coordinating the efforts of various organizations to create an environment-friendly maritime and inland waterway sector in a comprehensive manner. We are working on many fronts. To list a few, to reduce carbon emissions, we are transitioning towards renewable sources of energy, switching to energy-efficient equipment and transport, promote cleaner fuels such as LNG, green hydrogen, and ammonia, electrification of port equipment, etc. The goal is clear: to increase the share of renewable energy in our ports' energy consumption to 60% by 2030 and 90% by 2047 by using all possible renewable resources such as solar, wind, and tidal power in an integrated manner. We aim to electrify port equipments and harbor crafts in a phased manner, 50% by 2030 and 90% by 2047. Another major focus area is shore-to-ship power supply, thus enabling ships to plug into onshore electricity while berthed, which would significantly cut emissions. Other thematic area is to mitigate air, water, and soil pollution by dust suppression, speed-proof conveyors, sensor installations, afforestation, replacement of heavy fuel oil with cleaner alternatives, and strict implementation of ballast water management convention. We are also focusing on more efficient management of natural resources by adopting a circular economy-based approach, reuse of dredge material, efficient water management plan with reduction in freshwater consumption per ton of cargo moved, and rainwater harvesting systems. To preserve biodiversity, we are strengthening our oil spill response mechanism, providing proper oil-based reception facilities, and ensuring conservation of mangrove belts. Another major area which can contribute to preservation of environment is improving productivity. We are attempting that through online port management systems, digital asset management solutions, predictive maintenance using artificial intelligence. So friends, all these initiatives which I mentioned now, they are not just aspirations. In fact, most of these have already started rolling out in various ports and inland waterways. Many of the targets have either already been achieved or we are already on set course to achieve them. Detailed action plan has been prepared for each of the priority areas with strict timelines. Various challenges and gaps have been identified with policy level recommendations based on national and international best practices. We are on course to achieve the set goals in a sustainable and financially viable manner. This is what Navik Cell 3 has been doing. We have been compiling information, we have been monitoring implementation with all the organizations on a continuous basis. However, we are acutely aware that no port or shipping line can make this transition in isolation. Public-private partnership, international collaborations, consultative approach, and multi-stakeholder platforms are the only way forward. Whether it is green corridors between major ports, R&D alliances, or training maritime personnel, collaboration will define our collective success. With this goal in mind, I'm confident that today's national conference, with its distinguished speakers and stakeholders, would be able to address many of the key components of a sustainable and green maritime sector. Thank you, and Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The efforts undertaken by the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, along with the Inland Waterways Authority of India and Navik Cell 3 are truly commendable. I'm also delighted to share with you all that as some of our distinguished guests could not join us today physically, they've been very kind to join us virtually. Shri T.K. Ramachandran, Secretary, Ministry of Shipping, Ports and Waterways, is joining us virtually and will do us the honor of releasing the video on Green Initiative and unveiling the souvenir for the conference before addressing us. I would also like to inform the audience members that you must have received a QR code that you can scan to view the souvenir. after sir has released. Yes. Yes. So, yes. Sir. So we request Secretary Sir Shri T.K. Ramachandran to release the video on green initiatives.
Welcome to VO Chidambaram Port, India's southern gateway to sustainable maritime progress. As one of the nation's leading major ports, VOC Port isn't just moving cargo, it's moving towards a greener, smarter future. Protecting the planet starts with bold action. With the commitment of Honorable Prime Minister's Panchamrit goals to achieve net zero emissions by 2070 and guided by the Maritime India Vision 2030 and the Harit Sagar Green Port Guidelines of the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, VOC Port is committed to becoming carbon neutral by 2026. Harnessing the power of the sun and wind with a 5 megawatt solar power farm, 2 megawatt wind turbine generator and over 1 megawatt of rooftop solar power, the port meets nearly 98% of its energy requirements from renewables, reducing 1,600 tons of carbon emissions a month. The port is further scaling up its efforts with a 1 megawatt ground-mounted solar power plant, a 2 megawatt battery energy storage system, and a 6 megawatt wind power project underway. VOC Port is redefining green logistics. From electric vehicles and e-cars to energy-efficient LED lighting, and shore power supply to berthed ships, each step is a move toward cleaner, more sustainable operations. Port is also set to roll out green tugs, e-buses, e-trucks and e-payloaders. Embracing eco-friendly solutions, VOC Port is the first port among ports in India to be declared plastic-free port. Further, VOC Port is also pursuing Shunya Plus certification and green building standards, ensuring its infrastructure lives up to the highest sustainability benchmarks. Green cover has been developed across 260 acres of land, enhancing biodiversity, offsetting emissions, and reinforcing the port's deep-rooted commitment to nature. Looking ahead, VOC Port is spearheading the future of clean fuel as identified by Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. VOC Port has commissioned its Green Hydrogen Demonstration Project, a model for sustainable energy hubs across the ports in India. With investor confidence growing, plans for large-scale hydrogen manufacturing are gaining momentum at VOC Port. Further, the port has also initiated proposals for green methanol bunkering, adding another dimension to its sustainable fuel roadmap. VOC Port understands that real progress is inclusive. Through regular plantation drives, eco-friendly port branding, and stakeholder engagement programs, the message of sustainability is reaching every corner of the community. Under the guidance of Honorable Union Minister Shri Sarbananda Sonowal, VOC Port is actively working to establish a coastal green shipping corridor between Kandla and Tuticorin, a strategic link that will help decarbonize maritime trade across India's coastline. At VOC Port, green isn't just a color, it's a commitment to cleaner trade, healthier coasts, and a sustainable tomorrow for the generations to come.
Thank you, sir. I now request Shri T.K. Ramachandran ji to do the honor of unveiling the souvenir for the conference. Yes. Electronic souvenir. The audience members can also view the souvenir through scanning the QR code that they must have received. Thank you, sir. Now I request Secretary Sir T.K. Ramachandran ji to address the gathering.
And namaskar to everyone. The chief guest of today's event, Mr. Vijay Kumar, Chairman of the IWAI, Dr. Malini Shankar, Dr. Vibhadavan, Shri Abhay Bakre, and Chairman, Tuticorin Port Trust, Port Authority, and Deputy Chairman, and all the other dignitaries and invitees to this event. I think the green ports and shipping I think this is the conclave that has been organized by VOC Port. I think it's an excellent initiative which takes forward the work done by the NAVIC cell on green ports and shipping. And I should compliment both the cell as well as the Port Authority, VOC Port Authority, for organizing this conclave or workshop, as you might term it. It is important that green is taken forward, like very eloquently explained by the VC of the IMU and other speakers before me. It is important that we be sustainable, that we are sustainable in the port sector and the shipping sector. And this cell had as its mandate to prepare the roadmap for the future, to look at what was the current status, what were the gaps, and how to go about filling those gaps and preparing for the future. And I'm glad that a lot of work has been done. And of course, there is a lot to be done, but a lot has already been done. As you are aware, there are three verticals which we always look at when we talk of this ministry, and those are waterways, ports, and shipping. And today I'm glad that all the three verticals are represented here by way of the respective leaders. And apart from this, the other facets of the cell, the working of the cell that we have been talking about. There is the need for an institutional arrangement, and we have in the form of the NCOE GPS, which is the institutional arrangement supporting the cell, and we have Dr. Dhawan here. So the institutional arrangement has been put in place. Then the infrastructure necessary for the green sector, whether in the form of RE projects, whether in the form of shore-to-ship projects, and the other infrastructure necessary, bunkering, the hydrogen power plant, the desal plant, the RE plants, etc. Everything is being talked about, being put in place. Then, of course, there is HR and capacity building. One very important role that is to be performed by the IMU as well as all the other training institutions, including research and training institutions, including TERI, is that they have to prepare the sector for this transition. And we are talking about green hydrogen, green methanol, and green ammonia. And all these sectors are sunrise sectors. And while we do have some experience of handling methanol and ammonia, we do not have experience in handling hydrogen, especially green hydrogen, as far as bunkering and transmission is concerned, transport is concerned. And there we need specific inputs on making the modules available, and creating these modules is a task by itself. So I think the cell should look very carefully at how these modules should be prepared. You must get stakeholders on board. You must ensure that you have the right technical inputs from those at the cutting edge of technology, and you must ensure that these modules are prepared, and then these are also uh, these are also used for training the workers or the students in the ITIs and the diploma holders and so on, especially the seafarers, because they are the ones who will be handling it on sea. Similarly, at port, what are the requirements that has to be taken care of? So, skill building at HR is a very, very important part. Then we come to the funding. For us, we have had the hydrogen mission. They have funded us quite a lot, especially in VOC port. We have this scheme which has been launched, where we are giving substantial funds for the building up of the bunkering, transport, storage, etc. So that has been made use of. Then there is the issue of process. What kind of processes do we need in place so that we are able to do this transition? So those processes, the SOPs need to be put in place. I think the cell is looking at them, and I hope that shortly we will have a set of processes which look at different aspects related to green. And there we are not just looking at the hydrogen part of it alone. We are looking at RE, we are looking at pollution, we are looking at waste management, and then there is greening of the port in terms of actual flora that you might develop, and the conservation of the flora, the conservation of fauna, maritime life, and so on. Then pollution control. So the vast landscape that we have to cover, or the seascape that we have to cover, is something that we really need to be conscious of. And if we don't prepare and plan for the future, I think it's going to be very difficult. Now, the Green Ports Index has also been put in place. So, putting in place the the indices that will tell us, the tricks that will tell us where we stand today and we need to move. As far as the Ministry of Port Shipping is concerned, we have the regulatory frameworks like the guidelines, like the Harit Sagar guidelines, which were launched a few years back, the SOP for green transition, and the dredging guidelines, etc., which ensure that we use material. Similarly, we have the GTTP guidelines which were issued and which are now underway. We are having a lot of ports which are going in for the purchase or the onboarding of green tugs, and increasing use of energy equipment, energy efficient equipment, LEDs being put in place, and so on. So the metrics will be of importance, and I hope that with the help of TERI and IMU, we are able to achieve the kind of progress that we wanted. As you are aware, at least half a dozen projects have been launched or approved to be undertaken by NCOE GPS, and these projects, if they really reach the goal that we have set out for them, will be of great use. And some of these projects have specific targets, like for instance the one on conversion of every port into 100% green port. So that has specific targets to be achieved within specific timelines. So all the participants in this event, including ports, other ports who are participating, including shipping companies, etc., are conscious of what needs to be done. The role of the DG shipping is very important because they are the ones who will be spearheading the framework, the legal frameworks, and that is important because legal frameworks we can't really succeed. And so I hope that the deliberations, today's deliberations, will be of use to everyone, every single participant. And here I'd like to mention that this entire thing, this entire event came out of the vision, the Maritime Amritkal Vision 2047, which launched by the Honorable Prime Minister in 2023. And under the guidance of our Honorable Minister, we have been taking a series of steps to ensure that this vision is translated into reality. And that is not possible unless every single actor contributes to the implementation of this vision. And this cell, the NAVIC cell on green technology and sustainable maritime, is one such implementation mechanism that we have conceptualized in the ministry to ensure that all the actors in the sustainable port, shipping and waterway sector come together aspects related to infrastructure, vessel building, technology, design, and funding, institutional mechanism, everything is put together. So I hope that you will be able to further iterate and bring more value to this exercise. And with that, I'd like to thank the participants, especially the chairman, VOC Port, for having invited me and given me the opportunity to take part virtually in this event. Hopefully, we will be able to do much more in the years to come. Thank you so much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for taking out time from your hectic schedule and joining us virtually. Now, towards the highlight of this inaugural session, a message from the Honorable Minister of Shipping, Ports and Waterways, Shri Sarbanandan Sonwalji.
Namaskar. As we gear up to celebrate the India Maritime Week 2025 and honor the contribution that India's port make towards its economic progress, I feel a deep sense of pride in congratulating you all for the conference on green ports and shipping, chartering sustainable maritime future on 1st of August by Navig Cell and VOC Port in collaboration with Bharat Prabhas. In continuation of Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi's vision of Green India, the Ministry of Port, Shipping, Waterways is committed to achieve the goal of net zero in our Prime Minister's leadership. I am happy that the Tuticorin's VOC Port is making good contribution towards the goal of achieving net zero. VOC Port and Tuticorin is the lighthouse guiding India's maritime sector into a sustainable future. I congratulate you all to be a part of this conference today, and I wish you all the success. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Namaskar.
I'm sure that all your hearts are as full as mine. And before we begin brainstorming to green our maritime sector, I request Deputy Chairperson of the VOC Port, Shri Rajesh Saundararajan, to present vote of thanks.
Respected Chief Guest, dignitaries, esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, valued partners, delegates and colleagues. On behalf of the VOC Port Authority, it's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks at the conclusion of this highly engaging and insightful inaugural session of the Green Ports and Shipping Chartering Sustainable Maritime Future Conference, which is held under the aegis of our Navig Cell 3, which is dealing with the green initiatives and pollution control. First of all, we are grateful and thankful to our Honorable Union Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Sri Sarbananda Sonowal, for his encouraging message and his ever steadfast support and dynamic leadership. We are also grateful to Sri T.K. Ramachandran IAS, respected Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, for joining us virtually in spite of his busy schedule and for inaugurating our commemorative video and souvenir. Sir, your valuable message will energize our collective efforts towards sustainability. I also extend our heartfelt gratitude to our Chief Guest, Sri Vijay Kumar IAS, Chairman of the Inland Waterways Authority of India, and also who happens to be the nodal officer of our Navig Cell 3, for gracing today's program for his and giving his motivating keynote address. Sir, your leadership and vision will continue to guide our Navig Cell 3 and the sector towards a sustainable and a green maritime sector. I sincerely thank Sri Abhay Bakre, Mission Director of the National Green Hydrogen Mission, for being with us and also for highlighting the various potential and opportunity in green hydrogen and other alternate fuels that our sector has, and also in the green shipping as a whole. I also thank Dr. Vibha Dhawan, ma'am, Director General of TERI, for her presence today with us and for making this conference special and highlighting on the holistic transition requirements what the sector needs. I'm also thankful to Dr. Malini Shankar, ma'am, Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Indian Maritime University, for her expert address. Ma'am, your insights has illuminated the roadmap for greening the India's maritime sector. I sincerely thank our respected chairperson, Sri Sushanta Kumar Purohit, chairperson of the VOC Port Authority, for his warm welcome and vision-setting address, and whose leadership this conference has been planned and organized here today in Tuticorin. A special thanks to all our distinguished invitees, panelists, and speakers, representatives from both the government and industry, and every organization whose presence has enriched this conference with expertise, ideas, and collaborative spirit. I also acknowledge the diligent efforts of our organizing committee, the team from IGPP, and our entire VOCPA team, whose behind-the-scenes work has ensured the seamless conduct of today's program. My gratitude extends to all the media and the stakeholders whose continuous engagement helps amplify the outcomes of such conferences, strengthening our unified pursuit of a green maritime future. Finally, to all delegates and participants from near and far, we are thankful to each and every one of you for your participation in spite of your busy routines. Your presence, enthusiasm, and active participation are what make these deliberations truly meaningful. I am confident that today's collaborative exchange will yield innovative pathways for decarbonization, green finance, and an environmentally responsible shipping industry. Wishing everyone fruitful sessions ahead as we focus on quality deliberations and actionable takeaways for a greener and sustainable maritime ecosystem. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Now we take a small break for tea and for about 10 minutes, and then we begin with our first session of the conference, Decarbonization in the Maritime Sector. See you in 10 minutes. I request the guest to pose for one picture, please.
Thank you.
Railway planned it by transitioning to electrification, electrifying the entire life, then greening the supply chain. I also find here the similar way, port sector also trying to do twofold. One is for the static installations, that is the ports, another one the moving vessels. With this, let's explore what is going to be the next part. It's not working? Yeah, we cannot forget about what is happening to the world when we discuss about any particular thing in any green conference. Let's look at the kind of emission. What is killing us is 53 gigatons of CO2 equivalent of greenhouse gas emissions, out of which 37 gigatons are carbon dioxide. And that is happening quite, increasing day by day, year by year. And as a result, the surface temperature has risen to 1.19 degree, and the average air temperature has gone to 1.45 degree above the pre-industrial arena. We had an objective, and sector-wise, it is the energy sector which contributes to the maximum 73%, and the transport sector is around 16.2%, and our subject interest of marine sector is around 2.3% of the carbon emissions. It's a global picture of 2023, the declared data. And what has happened is over various years, we have been keeping a target to reduce the greenhouse gas emission by 45% by 2030. That is where we're looking at a pathway called 1.5 degree. And for last 10 years, from 2015 to 25, this curve is not bending down. The emissions are not coming down. When you look at this graph, even the pledges or the various pledges of COP26 can get us to 41.9 gigatons instead when we require 26.6 gigatons by 2030. That's where we find that there is an urgent need. This is the maritime emission over last 7-8 years, and though the percentage remains steady, but gradually there is an increase in the greenhouse gas emission as well as carbon dioxide emission. Next. How the consumption of the various type of fuels, what we see in the maritime sector is, you can see the green fuels are still a daydream for us. We are getting into some cleaner fuels, but green fuels are yet to come. And if this graph one studies, one can say when will transition to the real green fuel? That's a big question before every one of us, before the entire maritime sector. The emissions, as I put it, not only the carbon emissions, but also the other emissions are also indicating that we are not really in a good phase. Only one thing has happened is HFO has been substituted by VLSFO to maintain the sulfur kind of strategy limits which has been set. Next. The people are finding interest in the LNG vehicles. The ships or the vessels are being converted into LNG. Whether really LNG is the solution for the future, that's a question which comes. But it is still something, it is associated with something called methane escape. There are type of vehicles where the percentage is around 3.5%. And methane has a very high global, global warming potential, almost around 80 times of that carbon dioxide. Next. Now, when you look at the phases of the ship, where do we really, contribute right now? These are the 4 phases: berthing, anchoring, maneuvering, and cruise. Cruise will anyway have to happen. But in the berthing and in the anchor, we can always see there is a golden opportunity for us to really work as a port to see how we can minimize these 2 emissions to contribute to less to the global warming. That's where on-time arrival and good facilities to really reducing the berthing time. Next. Now, when you look at the maritime sector navigating the net zero horizon, it's almost 1 billion ton of carbon emission, percentage already remains same. Unprecedented projected growth versus call for reduction in the absolute emission. Global seaborne trade has risen from 8 billion tons in 2008 to 13 estimate of 2025 and 17 billion by 2035. At the same time, there is a demand to reduce. 90% of the global trade by maritime sector, 98% of the vehicle use marine grade oils. Just 2% are other alternate fuels. However, there are some good news. Ports expanding their green infrastructure with 195 ports offering LNG bunkering, 70 developing the capability, and 28 providing the bunkering at least one or other alternate fuels. 205 ports provide shore-side power, and around 2,500 ships currently being fitted with the shore power connections. That's again big challenge. The fleet size is 55,000 plus, and that's where the challenge. Next. The world fleet is aging. In the next slide, we can see that. The environmental targets are hardening, but progress towards the fleet renewal remains slow. There are challenges. Fleet renewal will require investing in new built ships, retrofitting the existing ones, and scrapping the older ones. There is a constraint in all. Fuels of the future remain uncertain. Today, we do not know. In 2005 to 35, what is going to be the new fuel? 2045, what is going to be the ultimate fuel for us? We are today, aspiring with LNG, LPG, ammonia, or hydrogen, but something else may be enough. LNG carriers average 27% of the capacity in 2022, and it is finding interest, almost reaching to 51% in 2024. LPG, again, gaining another kind of interest, perhaps because there is a possibility of considering this as a dual fuel, that is LPG and ammonia. However, the average carbon intensity is coming down almost at the rate of 1.3% every year. That's because of various energy efficiency being inducted into the system. Here, the asymmetrical and tired global shipyard capacity and cost pressures have implication of renewing the green ships. That means the shipping sector is not in a good hands of ship manufacturing, ship wrecking, and suppliers who can really retrofit the systems. Next. This is the average age profile of the total fleet. More than 20 years of different segments, the percentages are higher. And those who are below 19 years, they are likely to be there for next several years. So what is the plan for changing them? What will be the net requirement of such ship manufacturing? And these are the challenges. Next. Again, this slide also, of course, speaks about what is the annual addition of the, in dead weight tons in the ships. Next. No, nothing will come without investment. And this is not a small one. It is $1 trillion question. The green revolution comes with a colossal price tag, both for the ship, for the infrastructure, and for all kind of, that is manufacturing of new fuel, producing the new fuel, the infrastructure for bunkering, etc. The various industry analysis estimate it somewhere between $1.4 trillion to $3.4 trillion, and where the money is going to come from. And such a sum cannot be by any individual or by any government. One has to see what will be the innovative financing. A new ecosystem of innovative financing, of course, is the need of the hour. Next. So with this, as we look at the kind of challenges, choke points, which are for the maritime sector globally, because today in India, we cannot isolate ourselves from the globe. We are part of the parcel of that. And we need to address this, and I'm sure in the next 3 sessions, we'll be delving into each details and look for how we can provide the solutions or some attempt to provide the solutions. And with these few words, I close here, giving the session open to our panelists, our speakers. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much for enlightening us and setting the tone of this discussion. We are now going to begin our second session, decarbonization in the maritime sector. And now I would like to invite and introduce the panelists for this session. The very first, I want to invite Shri Subrat Tripathi from the Adani Ports. And so please come to the stage. Then I want to invite Shri Amlan Bora, Chief Representative, South Asia Port of Rotterdam. Mr. Bora is an experienced global supply chain professional, having worked with major multinationals like Siemens, Philips, Diageo, and progressively senior positions. I would now like to invite Shri Sanjay Verma ji. Sanjay Verma ji is the senior consultant with the Inland Waterways Authority of India. He has expertise in ship design, construction, and operation, and he has expertise in modernization and development of infrastructure for shipbuilding and repairs. I would now like to invite Shri Senthil Subramaniam, Chief Executive Officer of Dakshin Bharat Gateway Terminal, who has over 25 years of experience in container terminal, port, and marine survey industry. I would then like to invite Shri K. Hota, Chief Executive Officer at NTPC UP Green Energy Limited. He has graced us with his presence along with Shri Killi Mohan Rao also. Then I request Shri K.M. Rao, who is the Principal Officer Engineering, Joint Director General at the Director General of Shipping in Mumbai. And lastly, I want to invite Shri Arunachalam Karupiha, who is here with us today. He is Assistant Vice President at Semcorp Green Infra Private Limited. I thank all of you to take time out for this session. Just giving a little introduction, and then I would like to invite Shri Amlan Bora to make a presentation about the sector, what they are doing at Rotterdam and other things. So India's maritime sector, we know that it contributes almost 3% to the global GHG emissions and is growing by 6% annually due to rising cargo and fossil fuel use. However, to align with the Paris Agreement and as a responsible leader of not just the global south, but the world at large, India is targeting net zero emission by 2070 and a 45% reduction in emissions intensity by 2030, and green shipping is a powerful tool of India's climate action strategy. To neutralize carbon emissions and to achieve the net zero, what all needs to be done, that would be the focus of this session today. I'll now invite Shri Amlan Bora to make his presentation, please. Yes, I will, sir, definitely. So you may take 5 to 6 minutes for this presentation.
I'll do my best.
Thank you so much.
I'll go faster than a super fast train. Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon to all of you. First of all, thank you, Mr. Purohit. Thank you, Mr. Rajesh Chandarajan, Deputy Chairman, for inviting me over here. It's good to see some of the faces, known faces, but from my previous role when I was working for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dutch government in India, heading the trade offices. And since very recently, I've taken over as the Chief Representative of Port of Rotterdam for South Asia. What I intend to do is to share a little bit of our story, which probably many of you know better than I actually, because I just started. But please allow me to share a few slides about what we are doing in the subject, and then that probably triggers the discussion. I need this one, otherwise there are too many slides and I can't go as fast as you want. All right. You know Port of Rotterdam, I'm sure, because everybody is from the sector here. It's the biggest port in Europe still. Used to be the biggest in the world. The port itself is 42 kilometers long. It plays a multifunctional role. It's a gateway port. It's a transshipment hub, but it's also an industrial cluster. And I will keep it relevant to the discussion today. The port houses 4 crude oil refineries today, 45 petrochemical companies, vegetable oil refineries, and 3 biofuel plants. In terms of its contribution to the Dutch economy, it's quite phenomenal. Netherlands is a very small country, as you know. The only few things which are big in Netherlands, and Rotterdam, Port of Rotterdam probably is one of those. It contributes 2.9% to the Dutch GDP in terms of whatever we have in the port premises, and also indirect contribution to our GDP. Very important, I'll come that to later, is that the port actually transacts 13% of the total EU energy consumption needs. And that is very relevant for the discussions today. Because of the location and because of very good connections, we can reach, within 24 hours, a population size of 500 million. That's quite substantial. The port is not new, started many centuries ago, but of course the port at that moment was very much within the premises of the city, and it has expanded outside. And that is the nature of very many ports and very many cities, like Mumbai, for example. If you think about Port of Mumbai, if it has to expand, it has to expand in a similar manner. It is a corporation, but it is owned by the government. 70% is owned by the city government of Rotterdam, and 30% by the Dutch national government. In terms of the government's model, we split the investment roles with the private stakeholders. We are responsible for building the infrastructure, including the digital infrastructure, and the private companies, of course, they play the role of building the superstructures to run the industrial complexes. And that makes it possible for development of large-scale infrastructures, as you can see some of the things which are here. In terms of throughput, the port at this moment is about 439 metric tons, 11th largest. But what is interesting to see here is 40% of that total tonnage comes from liquid bulk. And as you can imagine, a big chunk of that, the biggest chunk of that is from oil and gas. Please keep that as a point of reference. And then, like I say, of this total bulk that comes in, 13% of the total EU energy consumption passes through Rotterdam. And then juxtapose that with the reality that we as Netherlands are 10 meters below the sea level. The moment you land in Schiphol, you'll see -10 in your altitude meter. If you combine all these things together, it just becomes very natural that we need to do something for energy transition, if not for anything fanciful, but for our survival. And that is what we are doing today. We are very much playing a leading role for the port, but also for Netherlands and EU in terms of defining the energy transition. And how we do that, we have an energy transition strategy divided into 4 pillars. I'm sure this is nothing new or nothing different from anything that you are doing, but this is the way we are structured. And today, this 4-pillared energy strategy is, of course, defining the port today to be the port of tomorrow. The port looks like this today. This is the reserve area, which is not utilized. This area, Maslakte 2, as we call it, is for logistic services today. And then these are the areas for storage, and these are the areas where the industries are housed. But then it is going through a transition. This area is going to be the bio-based and circular industrial area very soon. This is going to be mostly for logistic services and the new electrification needs that will be required to run all the energy transition programs. Storage, of course the storage will stay, but repurpose. Today, where we are storing fossil fuel, tomorrow we'll be storing hydrogen, ammonia, and any other more sustainable fuels. Industry, a lot of the industries today will probably have to change. Some will close down, new industry will come up. And even for the industries which will not change, or which will continue, the feedstock and processes will have to be changed. Now, if we think of the 4 pillars, there are many things which are happening today. Many of the speakers before me Madam Shankar also referenced to the 2050 targets. Many others have also referenced to that. Mr. Vakri also said that. We are targeting to be carbon neutral by 2050, and by 2030, 55% reduction of CO2. These are, in a way, kind of global targets, and we are no exception to that. In all the 4 pillars, we are doing a lot of projects. It will not be possible for me to kind of go through all the projects, but I love to whenever we get another time or moment to interact. I'll just touch upon a little bit on pillar 2, 3, and 4, because that is highly relevant also from the Indian context. Each of the pillars also provides the possibility for building the collaboration between Netherlands and India. If we go to the second pillar, which is about energy production, and we have been talking about green fuel, hydrogen is one of those key elements in the green fuel, then Rotterdam plays a key role in terms of 2 things. It is going to be Europe's energy production hub, green production hub, but it is also going to be the gateway for receiving green hydrogen, green ammonia, green methanol. That will be exported from other countries, including India. And to be able to be ready for that, we are already investing on our ecosystem within the port premises. As you can see here, there we are talking about storage facilities, we are talking about carbon capture facilities, and we are talking about electrification and all the other infrastructural changes that would be required to support the new industry in the future. Offshore farms are being developed, 7.4 gigawatt to be completed by 2030, and that will be fueling the green hydrogen production and green ammonia production on the premises. Cutting it short. But production, as many of you already have highlighted, is not going to be feasible. It's going to be very expensive. We do not have the capacity to produce that much. So we'll have to look into countries like India. And honestly, Mr. Vakri knows it very well. In the last 3 years, or probably just after COVID, we have this conference called the World Hydrogen Summit. In the first World Hydrogen Summit, now we can be proud of that, but in the first World Hydrogen Summit, India was nowhere in the picture. Nobody spoke about India, nobody discussed about India, nobody dreamt about India. Second, already changed. Everybody was starting to think about or raising a question about, okay, is India really going to be that serious, or is India really that serious? Third World Hydrogen Summit, India had the biggest pavilion amongst all the participating organizations and countries in the World Hydrogen Summit. Fourth World Hydrogen Summit, India was in the inaugural dais. Our Secretary MNRE was speaking there. We had a grand reception. Everybody's looking at India. So this map, of course, doesn't have that many colors, but I think India's name can be written in bold letters, if not already here. And of course, a lot has to happen, but that is the belief, the faith has developed. Well, like I said, to be able to support that, to be on the receiving end, a lot of infrastructure has to be developed. FIDs on many have been called. When you talk about ammonia, we are a little bit ahead, much ahead than the rest. Methanol the same, and for liquid hydrogen and LOHC, we have very concrete plans. Production as well, the Shell 200 megawatt hydrogen plant will be commissioned this year. And just last week, or the week before, I think you may have seen the Air Liquide 200 megawatt project taking an FID. The slides had been sent to me by my colleagues last night, and I feel Port of Rotterdam sometimes is more bureaucratic than Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands. I could not change anything without, first of all, taking a clearance from the communication team. So I could not put that tick there. But if you look at the second project, Alligator Air Liquide, that project has taken a FID. And we are building the pipeline network, of course, within the premises of the port, but also extending all the way to the Rhine corridor, the Rhine industrial belt of Germany. If somebody asks us today, well, if I bring in all the projected cargo on green hydrogen, and your pipelines are not ready, how does it work? Actually, that is not a problem. A lot of barging happens on liquid hydrogen already. If we look at our barging capacity and our barging infrastructure, that is sufficient to carry all the liquid hydrogen or hydrogen that can come to the Rotterdam port and take it all the way to Basel in Switzerland. And these are the kind of the off-takers that are possible. A lot of hydrogen projects, as you can see there. Not everything has taken an FID, but you can see a lot of those names. I'll skip this as well. Oh, was skipping this. Second pillar, very quickly, very critical, is about new feedstock and new fuel system. One thing is very critical here, and that word is also there, critical mineral. Why is that critical? Because if you are talking about building the economy of tomorrow, if we talk about transition, be it energy transition or be it talking about building resilient supply chain, then critical raw materials play the most crucial role. I'm taking just an example here, how our energy transition, how our digitalization, air and space and defense is dependent on few of the critical minerals. And I have taken some key technologies and some dependencies on key materials there. But what is the issue here? The issue is the demand for critical raw materials, for lithium, graphite, cobalt, nickel, these are going to grow by many times over. But at this moment, the country which has got a complete monopolistic control on this is China. Not just in terms of mining. In mining as well, they're lucky to have a lot of the things within their premises. But when it comes to refining, China has by far the most control on critical raw material. And we all know that we need to build resilience in our supply chain, so we are looking for alternatives here. And that is where India comes in. And that is where the European regulations are also gearing towards. We do not want to have more than 65% of our sourcing of critical raw material from any country. And this is one area where already India and Netherlands are starting to talk together. India, European Union and India are talking together. And I look at also private participation. Port of Rotterdam will be a nodal company, nodal organization driving the strategy for the government of Netherlands. And we'll be seeing a lot on this from us. I'll skip this. Skip this. Mandates. Share the presentation later. I can see you're looking at me. We'll skip this as well. I'll skip this as well. I'll quickly maybe touch on sustainable transport. We'll skip this slide. We all know this. We know this. I'll come to one slide here. Well, these are all regulatory driven. If it has to happen, a lot of the regulations will have to first fall in place. The port readiness for bunkering. We talk about bunkering. Yeah. Quickly end up with this topic and then I'll stop here. So bunkering, Rotterdam, of course, is the world's second biggest bunkering base after Singapore. Singapore is by far bigger, of course, being the first one. And we have been testing with liquid ammonia, and we have done the cold ammonia bunkering of ships recently. That went successfully, and we had been bunkering green methanol since 2023. So these are things that we are already starting to do. And shore power, we are doing that. We have already done it for the cruise terminal, and we are slowly rolling it out for the other cargo as well. This is an interesting one. Net zero ship, Samskip, carrying liquid hydrogen. Of course, this is a digital image, not a reality. But there's an interesting thing. This is, I would call it a India-Norwegian-Dutch collaboration. Green hydrogen produced in Norway would be shipped to Netherlands and will be in containers, and then we'll be bunkering the green hydrogen, liquid hydrogen. But the ship itself is made in India. Cochin Shipyard is the one who is making this this year. And there'll be many of those, 3 or 4 of those that will be built. Samskip is a Dutch company. Inland shipping, also things going on. I will not do there. Let's stop here. Building the future together. That was the essence of what many of your speakers have also highlighted. Not just people to people, country to country, but everybody needs to work together here. And with that, I would like to thank you for the time and for listening to me. There's the last slide, which is not there. That's good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bora. As we have already started talking about what the private sector or the other countries are doing, I want to take a question to you first, Rickbhai, very quickly, that you spoke about preparing as a gateway to energy requirements for Europe. Now, on the counterpart, how do you see what is happening here in India or in other Latin American countries? How they are also cooperating, because Europe getting carbon neutral is fine. What is that happening with India or other countries who are producing the green hydrogen or any other new fuel for any other country. How do you see that here? Yeah, we have a mic.
I will. Can you?
Yeah.
Am I audible? Okay. Let me just answer it in the context of India and Netherlands, or European Union and India. First of all, when you talk about green fuel, there's a chicken and egg story, which India is slowly starting to solve. The chicken and the egg story is, on one side, the buyers, the off-takers, are looking for a price point which they're willing to pay. And on the other side, the producers are looking for a commitment for a period which, from the off-takers, which the off-takers are not willing to give. I think the promising development in that is India's recent auction on green ammonia at a price point which has really taken everybody by surprise, right? If we slowly move in that direction, taking the cost down is fundamental, because we are talking about energy costs. That's just the beginning of the story. A lot of things will have to roll on after that. If the cost can be contained, of course, the interest and the market will develop in reality. And there we are, of course, working together in bringing the people together, in developing technologies together, collaborating institution to institution, knowledge institution to institution, and solving the problems together. And the next bit is about the midstream assets. In the slides what I was showing today, I was talking mostly about the midstream assets. Midstream assets are as much critical a component as is a producer and as is an off-taker. In that area, again, there is no need for anybody to reinvent the wheel. In certain areas, India is a bit ahead of the rest. In certain areas, I'm sure Netherlands is a bit ahead of anybody or other stakeholders. We need to join our hands together, and it's happening. We are talking to the Ministry of Ports, Shipping, and Waterways. We have an MOU with MNRE, between Netherlands and MNRE. Terry was actually our partner, knowledge partner, in developing the first knowledge draft based on which the MOU kind of got its shape. So these kind of collaborations are happening, and we'll keep on developing the collaborations and make this global reality a success.
Thank you. Subratji, what Mr. Bora has just said, that the collaborations, and particularly like it's a collaboration between private sector, governments, and between two countries. As somebody who is a big player in the port sector, how do you see that, like, the kind of cooperation we have and how it is contributing towards this particular aspect?
Well, thank you, and a warm good afternoon, and many, kind of greetings on behalf of APSSA to all the participants. The beautiful inaugural ceremony set the tone to Mr. Das, to the chairperson Vijay Kumarji. As a port operator, the first word that I wish to use is to be a responsible port operator. Now, the word responsibility encompasses with itself a transition which we are seeing very actively from a certain kind of a energy to a new wave of energy that will come to the world. Let's not forget, and while there's a creeping sense across India that we are being called upon, and I'm glad to hear from Amlanji, as I'm glad to connect with him again, that in the World Hydrogen Conference we have taken a space and an optics. At the same time, the responsibility that hovers on India at large, and the maritime sector therefore, is to see that we handle this transition and meet the goals that we have promised. What in fact, on the maritime sector as a responsible port operator that APSEZ is, and doing close to about 430 million metric tons of cargo of the 1600 that has been done in India, which corresponds to about 27%, is that we would go through all that was spoken in the first half about, let's say, electrification. Today, you will be happy to note that we took this pledge in 2022, that by 25, we would become carbon neutral. While we may have just missed it, but we are very close to that. We pledged ourselves that by 2040, we will take net zero, which is extremely challenging. And to do that, it's a combination of things. It doesn't stand in splendid isolation, as it were. So all the ports of APSEZ at first are going to be entirely RE powered. To do that, not only within the ports, and I congratulate Chairman VOC Sushantji and Deputy Chairman Rajeshji for taking this great initiative. I also want to tell you that the port sector of India comprises, after the beautiful example of PPP, nearly 45% is done in the non-major ports. It's time that the ministry recognizes the revolution that is happening in the non-major ports. Mundra, for example, is India's port which has been the pride of place for doing 100 million first, 150, and when I sing Rotterdam today, Mundra did last year more than 200, but more than the 200, with all humility I say, and which we handle, is that nearly every third container of India passes through Mundra port, again in all humility, but how do we handle them? The entire set of cranes are electrically fed. The entire set of GSUs, entire cranes and ITVs, the ITV story is still happening, all ITVs, at the moment we've got close to about 400 ITVs, and the more important fact is when we pledged ourselves, we were the first to undertake this transition. While a lot has been spoken, very silently, APSEZ has been undertaking this transition, as I come back to the word, a responsible port operator. So that responsibility encompasses that you have a chart for yourself, you're aware of the energy transition that is taking place, you're aware that your country's energy needs are still largely thermal oriented, you're also aware that in the ports, the transition that will happen more than 200 megawatts we consume is entirely green fed from a combination that we do in Khavda, where as I was telling the other speakers during the break, that while we'll be doing from hybrid power close to 30 gigawatts by 2030, we're already close to about little more than 5.5 gigawatts at the end of this financial year. Now all that is being routed to our ports across the country through power of streaming the power, and it'll be green based. The other thing about net zero is the indices. Now, it's time in the corporatization of the Indian port sector, you'll find that today most ports are becoming landlord models. You look at JNPT, it's an entirely landlord port. Paradeep is en route to become, and I'm sure VOC and others, you already have a landlord model in the state government concessions. You'll have Mundra, you'll have Dhamra, you'll have Kattupalli here in Tamil Nadu, you'll have Karikal here in Tamil Nadu. All this, the transition that we are undertaking towards net zero is a responsible transition. And when I say this, how do we get indiced? Because the funding that we are going to take, and here the difference between a major and a non-major port, while the government has a sovereign fund, the non-major ports have to go to the market to take funds. Today, while green financing is a subject after this, I shudder to think that we can go to raise bonds and monies in India if you are not valued by indices such as CDP, Sustainalytics and all. And it's with all humility and privilege, I would say, amongst the peers that are benchmarked, on the 10 best port operators in the world, India ranks with APSEZ in all humility, as I said, among the 10. And our journey perhaps going to be the fastest. I congratulate you with the major ports. There is, while the green hydrogen is taking place, in one of our ports, in all the ports we have begun, in Gopalpur port, which is very newly acquired, we've got this offtake agreement. We're not just setting up green hydrogen players coming in through PPP models, but offtake agreements being signed by countries which would not be able to produce green hydrogen at their spaces at lesser costs. Eventually cost and technology going to be the kings of the world as we go ahead. I'm not even talking about digitalization has been spoken, but cost and technology, when this transition happens, countries like Korea, countries like Japan, they were more actively pursuing our transition of hydrogen that we produce in India, and we transport them, as fuel in the maritime sector, also to give them their security when they do their part of the transition. All this is weaved into the strategy which Honorable Prime Minister said by 2070. We in APSEZ believe our transition will happen by 2040, and we've taken all the corrective steps. So valuing yourself, and I will encourage as we go forward to all the major ports, it's time you started valuing yourself on benchmark statistics. Introduce Sustainalytics, introduce CDP, introduce those who evaluate as to how I'm conducting my businesses. Am I within the contours of the green transition that is taking place? Well, that's very important. So I come back to what I began, that as a responsible port operator, ESG is going to drive the force. The driving force of ports will be governed by ESG. I think there were references by Madam Malini. She wouldn't recollect. I'm pleasure to seeing her after quite a hiatus time. But I will tell you, the ESG is what is going to determine and govern the course of the ports in the future. Are the ports of India, major ports and non-major ports, prepared to recognize this transition? If you are, then you will chart out your territories. Okay. What is ESG? I would love to tell, but many people would not be knowing and accepting that this is the word. Today, with the IMECC, which has not been spoken of, India's desire to get into the IMECC's corridor, we'll have a larger share in the world supply chain. When we do a largest part in the world supply chain, we're looking at transporting Indian goods, notwithstanding what is happening about certain countries imposing 25% tariff on us. It's not for me to comment, and penalties that come. The fact is, when India weaves itself into a larger supply chain of the world and will become a China plus one strategy, and we're going to be a manufacturing powerhouse, which is a desire, because that is so well linked to India's goal for poverty alleviation, etc., and for general welfare of Indian citizens. So one of the goals is to route Indian products through the IMECC route. So for the Western India, I mean, the East would also play a part. The Western India, and especially ports like Vadhavan, which is coming up, JNPT, Mundra, Kandla, are well positioned to get into this economic corridor, which is go to the Far East, ports like Haifa, which were weaved into that, and we run a terminal in Haifa, again getting across to Europe. While we haven't got across to Rotterdam so far, because most of the Indian products will get into US and Western Europe, and they do route themselves. That is the necessity to be aware. So IMECC and our preparedness for that is also another fact that in the green transition that we should be taking up. So these are some of the competitive thoughts. If we do come back, I will share further thoughts on that. But the fact remains, as I said, a responsible port operator recognizes the responsibility of operating itself within the contours of being green, sustainable, and ESG earmarked. That's the way of the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I pick up the word ESG, as you have said, and that is, I would say, a keyword for this session larger. I come to you, Sanjay Vermaji, because you are somebody who has expertise in modernization and development of all the infrastructure for shipbuilding and repairs. So I welcome you. Yeah, please. You can be there and speak about it, sir. That will be better, because what he has just told, Mr. Subrat has just told, how our ports should modernize or look for, the new ports which are coming up. How do we go to the way of ESG and we keep that word inside it?
So I will set a cue for him.
Yeah.
The net transport product the country, while we are debating, is so much in favor of a mode of transportation which is non-environment friendly. Recognize that first. India's net transportation product is heavily in favor of road transportation. I'm not speaking against road transportation. We have Chairman AWI, we had a wonderful session on NW5. It's time we took the leap of faith and did things correctly. So first, get India's cargo into maritime cargoes. Maritime cargo doesn't necessarily mean EXIM cargoes. What about coastal Atmanirbharta that we are talking of? What about inland water? That these are some of the very concurrent themes. Even the practicing best economies in the world, even US, and when we look at the logistics index, which is very important for us in the greening thing, see, nobody's going to buy your product eventually if you're not green. If you're not producing green steel and green steel going into making green products in India, your products will not be bought in the future. So when you do that, the transition to get cargoes into the maritime fold in India first. Our share is very little, very, very, very little of the India's net transport product. I set the cue for you, IWI, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
See, what we have done for modal shift from road to waterways, one is the Jalwahak scheme which has been introduced. And going further, we are having discussion with Bureau of Energy Efficiency for carbon credits for when the transition takes place from the road to the waterways. So these carbon credits, there is an Indian carbon market which is going to be established very soon. The complete process is in the hand. And we are in discussion with Bureau of Energy Efficiency to recognize the shift from road to waterways for the carbon credits for the operators. That will earn them the credits which they can earn the revenue. Of course, Jalwahak scheme is for encouraging them to do more cargo movement through the coastal, to the waterways. Plus, in IWT sector, whatever, all the new terminals which are coming, all the multimodal terminals which IWI is building, they are all green terminals. And we are going in full swing for the renewable energy, and by next year, will achieve the target. All the IWI buildings, all the IWI terminals will be having renewable energy. So with all the support, and we are trying to give support with respect to the reception facilities for the vessels, for discharging their garbage, their sewage, their dirty oil. Those infrastructure is also being created. And to a large extent, we have already achieved that. We have, in 17 of our terminals, we have got the onshore power supply established. So with these type of support which IWI sector is giving, I think so the operators should be happy to, shift to waterways, and then they can achieve their target for the green part of it.
Thank you, sir. I think definitely Indian waterways, where we are also with the Harit Nauka and all those kind of initiative, we are moving towards moving our cargo to Indian waterways and focusing less on road. But I want to come to you, Mr. Rao, that how is the DG Shipping, who is controlling more of all of it, how are they prepared for it?
Sir, good afternoon to all. DG Shipping is a policy maker, and they make the pathway for the ship owners or ship managers to convert their ships towards the green. So for that, we have made a policy, and that is with the ministry for approval, and that will be in due course, it will be done.
So definitely, because we spoke about the kind of policies, and Mr. Subrat also said, and sir is also saying that those kind of things are coming up, and how we can bring it into, like, not just the whole shipping sector, how you can enforce it further to get into ESG on those part particularly.
So
what particular measures
we
could
cannot impose directly, because we have to be bound with the international regulations, international conventions. So already Indian ships are complying with those conventions, and 5,000 GT vessels and above has to comply with the requirement, and Directorate is imposing those guidelines, and they are complying with requirement. But our goal is to have by 2050 that our ships has to meet the net zero. For that, we put a roadway to entire shipping industry. That is in the discussion, and it will be done. And for that, the Directorate General of Shipping is having a separate division for this, and then we are creating that under DGMA, Directorate General of Maritime Administration, under which that we are creating a separate division for it, and definitely we'll achieve it.
We just want to come back from shipping to ports once again, and more around energy. When we are saying, Mr. Hota, I want to come back to you. Like, you are a green energy producer who conventionally was not a green energy. What more, particularly towards the shipping sector, what kind of things NTPC is kind of looking at?
Thank you so much. So first of all, let me congratulate VOCPT for organizing this kind of conference, and the shipping sector is taking forward the green initiative of the country. And as far as NTPC is concerned, it started as a thermal power generator, but since 2004 we have been NTPC Limited. So getting across the entire energy value chain, we are now an integrated energy company. And not only, and our green roadmap has started from the hydel generation long back, and with the acquisition of TSDC also, that has taken forward, and NIPCO. And as far as renewable is concerned, we are a listed company through our NTPC Green Energy, which has a target of one of the biggest target of 60 gigawatts by 2030, and we are on its way to achieve it. And today we are around 8,000 megawatts, and so we have created a lot of ecosystem within ourselves with the cooperation of various stakeholders to have the land bank and the other wherewithals to achieve that number. That is number one. And second is, as far as greening is concerned, NTPC is already a nuclear power with 2 nuclear companies, and one of the first nuclear project is already underway in Rajasthan. It's a big nuclear project, and at the same time we have identified more locations for the nuclear projects to get ourselves green. Thirdly, and we are not looking ourselves as a power producer anymore. We are an energy producer, and now helping the entire sector to green. So NTPC has been contributing, say, 25% of the market share to enlighten the bulbs of every house or industry. Today would be the supplier of the basic raw material, basic fuel for each and every industry, whether it's a mobility sector or it's a blending into the natural gas pipelines or creating a big hub, creating green molecules. You'll be converting the green electrons into the green molecules and basically meeting the requirement of the various industries in India as well as export. In that direction, recently, Honorable Prime Minister inaugurated one of the biggest hub of India, which NTPC is putting up at Pudimadaka in Andhra Pradesh, which is very near to Vizag. And this is a very, very, very unique hub one of its kind, wherein NTPC is both the investors as well as developing the entire ecosystem as a park, as a kind of SEZ. And we'll be having our own jetty, and with a green jetty, and having the storage system, having a desalination plant, and the entire, it is a 1600-acre facility wherein NTPC will be developing, and it is in the first track of the developments. And that will be producing around 2.5 MMT of green molecules, and that will be just getting converted out of 20 gigawatts of solar power in Andhra Pradesh. In association with the government of Andhra Pradesh, we have formulated a company wherein that 20 gigawatts of green power would be powering 7 gigawatts of RTC power to the hub. So that's the target. So apart from the hub, NTPC is also supporting various industries in participating in the recent tenders of the refineries or the SECI tender of the green ammonia aggregation and wherein we get the opportunity, we try to participate in that. So as far as greening the ports are concerned, we have joined hand with two of our major ports which have been identified as the green ports, both Kandla as well as BOCP. And we are very, very thankful to Mr. Purohit and the Deputy Chairperson as well as Mr. Voi. We have already inked an MOU with VOCP to take up the green mobility through hydrogen vehicles, and we have signed the MOU. And our MOU with Kandla has taken a step forward, and already the tenders are in advanced stage, and it will be implemented very soon. So this is our third mobility project. The first mobility project started at Leh, wherein NTPC is the first company which established the performance of the FCEVs supplied from, say, Ashok Leyland. And we could establish the performance of the FCEV at an elevation of 3,500 meters and at such low oxygen levels, and getting the performance of the buses much better than the design. And I'm happy to say that we have handed over all the 5 buses, and the Ladakh administration is already plying it in 4 circuits and basically serving the common persons. And very soon we would be starting the operations in Odisha with the support of the government of Odisha. Will be operating those in next 6 months. And the second project I missed, this month itself we are commissioning the mobility project in Delhi. So that's in Greater Noida, so it will be operating in Delhi and Agra circuit very soon. So you may be seeing it in the next month. It will be commissioned and it will be filling the hydrogen. And as far as NTPC is concerned, we have been, right from the day one, we are focused on the green hydrogen. So obviously, yeah, green hydrogen mobility projects are challenging because all over the country, in say China or say Korea or Japan, they have gone ahead with the gray hydrogen mobility now towards the green hydrogen. But we have gone ahead with the green hydrogen. It has to have the support of the big companies and the government. So that's why it has been feasible. And apart from that, I would just like to mention one of the very, very noble initiative wherein we are supporting the Indian Army in the very, very remote locations of Ladakh. We are creating a very self-contained microgrid. And recently, you might have heard about the newspaper, Adani also, they commissioned a microgrid. And we are also doing a microgrid for the Indian Army in Chushul, Ladakh. So that is a very self-contained microgrid system with independent renewable generation and fuel cell. Renewable generation, hydrogen generation, and the power generation all together. And we are also one of the first companies to decarbonize, trying to have a make and trying to establish the 8% successful blending in the gas transportation sector. So in association with Gujarat Gas Limited, now PNGRB is very, very considerate enough to chart out the roadmap. Even today, in fact, they are discussing with all the transporters and NTPC to chart out the roadmap, what they have got the recommendations from the ICF and all. So that's an area, so that's to, so in nutshell, what we can say, NTPC is trying to help out all the sectors to decarbonize. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. So, like NTPC, we have Semcorp here, who is like, at a private, as a private sector company is doing the similar things. I just want, sir, to briefly let us know what exactly, like how are you and your company would be helping, or how would it help the setting up the net zero?
Yeah, can I use a presentation or?
No, let's just like this, so we want to finish it quickly.
Yeah, okay, so Vanakkam Thuthukudi and good afternoon the dignitaries. I am Arnachalam and I represent Semcorp. Basically Semcorp is from Singapore. They have been operating, started with the power plants, and then they have developed into the LNG, like mostly on the bunkering and the shipping activities. And in India, we wanted to enter as a power generating company, so we have set up a thermal power plant in Nellore, and after that, we divested that. And at that same point of time, we wanted to contribute to the green grid of India. So today, we are close to around 6 gigawatt of plants operating in India. And with that background, and also with the operations in Singapore, we thought of going into the green hydrogen and the green ammonia. So basically the green ammonia we are targeting to some of the nations in the east and in the west. And we have looked at the various options, and the location, Thuthukudi, has helped us to reach both the east and the west, and that's why we came over here. And in that aspect, we are planning to have 200 KTPA plant as the first phase. And this is, will help us to reach to the Far East. And we are already in collaborations with some of the shipping companies and also with our headquarters in Singapore to use the waterways from Thuthukudi to reach to the Far East. And this will help us to feed their basically the needs of green ammonia in the sectors like power plants in some of the countries, and also the mobility requirements in the Far East. So again, on to the second aspect is we are also an operator of the power plants in Singapore. We have the plans to use the hydrogen to be in the gas turbines for producing the power. So that's the reason we are looking at the proximity from Singapore, being Thuthukudi is closer. So we can take off the ammonia from here and then use it there for powering our gas turbines in Singapore. So this is the plan we have ended up, and we are planning that also the ships which we are going to use should also be in the green nature. So we are looking at the options of using ammonia propelled ships or ammonia used fuel ships, so that we will be in a full value chain to be in the green nature.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Senthil, as a terminal operator, here particularly in VOC, which is experimenting a lot in terms of green energy and a lot of new things are coming, how do you see this amalgamation of policy, of design, of new technology helping you?
Good afternoon, first of all. I'd like to extend our sincere thanks to VOCPA chairman for organizing such a big event in the title of Green Ports and Shipping. So basically, see, in Tuticorin, which is primarily one of the major port and a small town, and so far we have been focusing only on the commercial aspects in the ports. And green sounds slightly strange, even though it is now getting very much focused. So now we are get into sort of a tune of what's happening globally, and then pan-India, and finally into Tuticorin. So let me, before answering your this thing, let me give a small scenario of what's happening in India in a container terminal sector, since I represent a container terminal. So there are 32 terminals in India today, out of which 20 is under major port and 12 terminals are under minor ports, out of which 20 major port terminals, operating under major port are contributing 55%, whereas remaining 12 terminals are contributing 45%, predominantly by Adani ports. So they are the leaders today. So that's a broad scale. And then if you look at the kind of electric driven and the green energy, the minor ports are, they are far away when compared to the terminals which are operating under the major ports. That a real, maybe a hard bitten truth. That is, we'll have to agree. So, as I said, if you look into the numbers under the major ports today, forget about key cranes which are already electrical driven, whereas if you take the numbers of RTGs, rubber tire gantries, now the terminal deployed today under the major ports, still almost 40 to 50% not been electrified. They are still working using the diesel power supply. So that means again, there's a long roadmap is there for the major port to reach to the level of the Maritime India Vision of 2030, which says that even the shore power has to be done. And if you, again, the Maritime India Vision very clearly says by 2025, Indian flag vessels to be adopted to of shore power supply. But I can count the numbers of Indian flag vessels today, which is something around 15 to 20 max container vessels, Indian flag. I think nothing has been moved so far. That's again a fact, number one. And then when you talk about 2030, I can showcase again, being local here, if I look at the perspective of how we are working towards moving towards a green energy. Now, Tuticorin, now we have only 2 terminals, and both are something around one. Ours is 10 years old, whereas JM Baxi is recently opened. They are 3 years old. So they are already 90% electrified equipment. So that way there is not much worry of talking about reducing the carbon emission. But then remaining 10% is again a Herculean task. So the port has to take a I would say, 3-angle sort of a view. First, they should start with port as a whole, how to develop an ecosystem of engaging one power supplier, green source supplier, number one. And number two, the kind of whether the really port has sufficient land area available, and then how many berths have been handed over to a PPP operator, and how much financially he can take it up. Because again, the problem with the key crane, the terminal operators here, since we are under major port trust, and we have been already governed by a concession agreement, which never talk about all these things. So there is another mechanism has to be coming in to correct all those things, and then financially whether it is viable, because port has to invest, and then the developer, the developer has to, the service provider has to move it forward, come and have a discussion with us. This is point number one, with the discussion with the terminal operator. And then when you talk about discussion with the seaside and the vessel operators. Now, the kind of vessels today, what we are operating Tuticorin, bluntly I would say 30 container vessels in a year, even though numbers I would say 500 vessels have been calling, vessel calls has been made, container vessels, but fixed, all fixed vessels. But then they are all beyond 15 years old. As somebody put a presentation, no, 49% of world fleets are almost beyond 15 years old. Now, if you go and talk to that, so you need a proper mechanism to approach those kind of customers. Hey, what is your opinion? Now you are shunting between very, it's a short haul, this thing. And then this is another challenge. And then when you look at the land side, now every day there are 700 to 800 trucks we have been handling. Now, how about that kind of group? And what is the port's plan as well as the government? How they are planning to convert those kind of ITVs into, they are all 100% diesel driven. So what is the idea? Now they are talking about by 2030 will become complete carbon certification ports. So there are a lot of effort has to be done. And then for that, I would say the blueprint has to be made first, involve all the stakeholders, then finalize one service provider first, and then let the port support then things can move on. It's a Herculean task, but then somebody will always say, you know, China is like tiger, whereas India is like elephant. So we may rise up slow, but then when we start moving, nobody can dare us. So that way, we are very confident.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Sanjay ji, I want to come to you last for this thing. But the questions which have come from Senthil and from others also about the challenges in policy and in initiative, you, somebody who has looked at the modernization of the infrastructure, how do you see quickly what could be done faster as a policy measure and also in some more of steps in a way?
See, as far as I'll speak for
please.
inland water sector, we have the Inland Water Vessels Act, which is in place 2021, in which we have the earlier Act of 1917 had state-specific registration and all. So the ease of doing business was not there. Now we have eliminated that. You can register your vessel anywhere and operate anywhere in the country. That is the first part of it. Likewise, we have developed the rules, framed the rules, which has been notified. Now we are coming up with special category rules for fuels for autonomous vehicle, which is under ministry for their deliberation and validation. It will come get notified very soon. So with those things coming to place, and then we are also focusing on the capacity building. Now from IWT sector, we are setting up about 9 regional center of excellence. NINI is the IWI's own institute. We are setting the second regional center of excellence in Assam. And then likewise we have got in other parts of the country which will be setting over a period of time. The second part is aging of fleet, which has been mentioned by everyone. What we have done, we have made a 10-year plan for replacement of all the vessels which aged vessel over a period of time, because it is a capital intensive project, so we have to keep the requirement of the funding part of it. As far as the green vessels are concerned, we have ordered 8 electric catamarans on Cochin. 2 have been delivered. 6 vessels will be delivered by end of the year. And then whatever ecosystem is required to be developed for operation of these vessels, that has already been done. Then we have the pilot vessel of hydrogen fuel cell. Now we have got the commercial certificate from IRS. So very soon we'll be operating the hydrogen vessel in Varanasi. For that, we are in discussion with oil companies and all for a long-term production and supply of hydrogen for our vessel. Likewise, we are looking forward for a new hydrogen vessel which is being proposed to be built. New catamarans is required to be built. And anyway, whatever is required on the infrastructure side, most of the things I have already mentioned that we have on the process of achieving the target, or we have already achieved the target. So, and then the most important thing is, like I mentioned about carbon credit. Now we need to educate and interact with the stakeholders with respect to the carbon credit, so that they know the value of that, and then they can generate the revenue through the carbon credits by reducing the emission part of it, be it from the air part or the water part or so from that angle, if you see, the policies are already there. Now the green shipping policy has been drafted by DG Shipping, which is under discussion. And the comments on that have been forwarded to TERI to compile the requirement. So that should also come into place, where a clear directive would emerge with respect to what is required to be done with respect to green shipping. And lastly, for IWT sector, we have prepared a scope of work which we have given to TERI. Now we are under discussion with them, so that we actually know, for sustaining the green initiatives in reality on ground, what is required to be done, which is measurable, quantifiable, and which can be, at the end of the day, boost the economy of the country.
Thank you so much, sir. You want to say something, sir?
Sir, some of the speakers have said that the ships aging is day by day is going up, but ships are designed to run for 25 years. and many ship owners are eagerly looking for the what technology will be stabilized in the world. Unless until that one is stabilized, they are not going to order for a new ships. And ultimately, it is my personal opinion, we are heading towards the nuclear power at the end of the day. Though the SOLAS is permitting, safety of life at sea, permitting for nuclear ships, but we are not running, only the defense sector only we are using. But ultimately, we are going to come nuclear power as an alternative power instead of green hydrogen, ammonia, whatever it is. Ultimately, we are going to reach to the nuclear power. This is what my opinion is.
Thank you, sir. Subraji, I request you to give your concluding remarks for this session, please.
Thank you. It's been a very engaging session. Besides the very wonderful inputs that have come, I would like to thank my co-panelists, as I would like to thank a very animated audience over here. Senthilji, many thanks, I was wondering, he's shown us the mirror. A reality check, really, So while we can tap ourselves on the back, pat each of us on the back, we're doing great work on green hydrogen, the reality check is this, that there is an ecosystem which does not foster a greening of the maritime sector. What does the ecosystem say? It doesn't limit itself to just a particular operation. It stretches itself into visible and invisible chains, which could get into financing, which could get into supplier management. So when I say that I'm a responsible port operator, my responsibility goes across a few things. I didn't prepare a slide because you did surprise me with this occasion. I was not supposed to speak here. Net zero emissions, renewable energy, a circular economy which is dependent on zero waste to landfill. Are we even talking of this in the ports? Then a waste management, which 5R principles spoken of often but not practiced. A 32, and then we've gone through a, why are we under a challenge? We are under a microscope because we cannot get finances. We cannot go not just to the SEBIs of the world, not to the Nifties, but not to raise finance, then you would not be getting anything. Water management in the ports, because again, while ports are all saline fed, so the question of getting sweet water management is something very important, and I would like to say that we achieved a 67% biodiversity. We've taken this goal with ourselves that will be net zero deforestation by 2050, because we act within mangroves and a very peculiar ecosystem which influences coastal communities. So one of the pillars of Sagarmala is also see that besides all this is your coastal communities, eventually it's the welfare of them. And when I'm looking at the suppliers, you would know that when we do a ESG indexing, our suppliers are encouraged to see how much of greening that they have done. So today, when we said we are 67% complied with ESG standards, the finances of the world are saying 67 does not pass you through. We won't come to your port unless you are 100% compliant. So I'm very glad, Senthilji, you actually showed the mirror. So the ecosystem that comes in is how do we bring in that ecosystem? And as I said, we don't stand in splendid isolation. We stand with trajectories of cooperation, togetherness, and I think this is a joint responsibility. Let us be aware, let us recognize it, let us take it together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. I would now like to request, I'm just waiting. We have got the message from, is it there? I'm just waiting. We have got a message from MOS, Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Mr. Shantanu Thakur, which has just arrived, and we are just trying to play it if possible. Yeah, please.
Namaskar. It gives me pleasure to know that the VOC Port Tuticorin is organized the Green Port and Shipping Conference on 1st August 2025. It is very important that we should make our efforts to the vision of Pancham route given by our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji, to keep the earth and environment safe. The Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways is going to celebrate the India Maritime Week 2025 in October 2025, and in the preparation for this week, everyone at the ministry is making their effort to make it is a success. I congratulate the NAVIC cell and VOC port for making contribution towards the goal for achieving net zero and organizing this conference. I thank you all for taking this out for this conference. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Namaskar.
I must thank everyone, and as you have put the kind of, we have to operate in an ecosystem, and we know like the challenges. And I also want to thank the chairman, VOC Port, Mr. Sushanta Purohit, that he has taken up this challenge to put it all of it together, and it is as difficult as the ecosystem is. Thank you so much, sir. I now request the deputy chairman. I want to now request Deputy Chairman Mr. Rajesh Soundararajan to felicitate all the panelists here, please. Yes, let's do that. Thank you so much.
No, it's okay.
Yeah. We would have a lunch for another 45 minutes, and the lunch is served in a hall nearby. We will have markers there, and we will guide you to that place. Thank you so much.
Shri Karan Arora, Shri Subramanya Kanakate, I now request Shri Subrat Tripathi ji, who is with Adani Group, to take the lead for moderating this session. Mike? Yeah. Just
one more. Well, a very warm good afternoon to my distinguished panelists on the dais, as well as to each one of you, officers of VOCA, chairman, deputy chairman, a very motivated, enthusiastic set of officers, stakeholders, members of the industry, a warm welcome to all of you. Normally a session post-lunch is a challenging session, and especially so when the chairman has taken very good care and he has ensured that the deputy chairman sits on some tables, takes care. So enough food for thought and food for the stomach. Thank you so much, Rajesh ji, Sushant ji, thank you so much for the wonderful, wonderful host that you are. Now, being conscious of time and the fact that we're starting at, my watch says about 10 past 1500 hours, 15:10. So we'll take this, Hina ji has already introduced the members of the distinguished panel. So I wouldn't take this thing. I would rather that I, kind of scratch and pick your brains a little on this. Yeah, so that is how it is. So without much ado, and if you've all settled down very quickly, we had a very interesting opening session and insights on the way the port sector, the maritime sector at large is developing, green being one component of it. A very engaging session thereafter where people were very forthright on their views as to what and where we should go. So without much ado, the fact that the session handed over on something very important is the necessity of a net transportation product in the country, which is kind of skewed in favor of the road today, and the fact that we've not exploited our waterways to the extent that we should have, and also the fact coupled that India is a land of rivers. We are known for rivers, we are known for civilizations that have enriched ourselves on the banks of the rivers. Having done that, sir, I'll come straight to you, to Vijay Kumar ji, as he holds the mantle of IWAI. I had the pleasure of interacting with him on a very fascinating session on NW5. So without much ado, where and where do you think is, as far as the inland water is concerned, what is that leap of faith that we in India need to take to come into that really, sir? And as you go on, how do we weave inland water into a larger strategy of coastal shipping, and then on into the desire of India to become a supply chain, also aware of the fact that we have very stiff LPI index, which is logistics, productivity index, and the IMCC. So we begin, sir, with first the IWI, and how do we weave it forward? Thank you.
So many thanks for these very stimulating questions. So as Chairman IWI, first of all, let me tell you where we stand in terms of cargo movement on our national waterways. So in the last 10 years, the cargo movement on our national waterways has increased at a CAGR of 20% plus. So we used to carry about 18 million metric ton of cargo in the year 2013-14. Last year we crossed 145 MMT of cargo. So there has been a tremendous increase in the cargo that we carry. And right now we are carrying a little over 2% of the modal share of cargo, where we compete with basically rail and road. So when we talk about competition with rail and road, we always say that our waterways, inland waterways, the cost of moving cargo per ton kilometer is the least on inland waterways. In fact, we compare the figures based on a World Bank study. It's about 50% cheaper than road. It's about 20% cheaper than rail. But where the problem is basically twofold, I would say. One is the lack of connectivity on the first mile and the last mile. The multiple handling which takes place. If cargo has to reach my terminals, it has to undergo multiple handling. It has to come from the factory to my terminal, loading and unloading. Terminal, again it goes up to some warehouse. From there again to the consumption center, again multiple handlings. So the cost advantage that we have on the actual movement on the waterways is lost in the multiple handlings, Second is when we compare with rail and road, we are supposed to take away cargo from rail and road to waterways. But in terms of aggregate investment on waterways, what is it that we are investing? So we did a study. The budget, the expenditure on rail and road is about 2 lakh plus 2 lakh crore per annum plus. And the budget of inland waterways is about 1,500 crores. So we are actually competing with rail and road with a budget which is less than 1% of their budget. So it's very unfair competition. So one, because of lack of last mile, first mile, the transport on waterways becomes much more expensive. Secondly, we don't have adequate investment. So to address this problem, we came up with a scheme called Jal Wahak scheme. where we are incentivizing about 35% of cost of transport on the waterways. So this scheme has just started. We are implementing on National Waterway 1, National Waterway 2. The idea is to somehow take away this cost differential between the road and rails. So that will be one part of our strategy going forward. Second part of strategy is we have to address this first mile and last mile. For this, we are developing multimodal hubs on the waterways. We are starting with National Waterway 1 in Varanasi. We have already acquired land. So we are developing a freight village there. So again, the idea is that the part which pinches the most that gets addressed. We are also developing a hub hub in Sahibganj. So as these multimodal hubs come, as this scheme comes into play, we will be able to compete with the rail and road. We are also trying to increase the investment in the waterways. We have made a project pipeline of about 50,000 crores. With this, we hope that the difference in investment which goes into waterways is gradually narrows down. We are also looking at having a complete ecosystem for waterway movement. We are developing ship repair facilities on National Waterway 1, National Waterway 2. We are developing training facilities in various parts of the country. The idea is to have a complete ecosystem which doesn't exist when we look at rail and road. In fact, when we compare our waterways with international experience, for example, Europe, people talk about European waterways. The challenges that we face in Indian waterways are much more immense. The kind of siltation that our rivers have, in fact, Brahmaputra and Ganga, the siltation load that they carry is almost 5 times, 10 times that of Rhine River. Plus, the kind of investment which has gone into those rivers. In fact, I was there last year. The budget of Rhine River itself, Rhine River alone, is 5,000 crores, and for the last maybe 50 years or so. And we are investing only 1,000 crores in 111 national waterways. So there is a huge requirement to increase the investment which goes into waterways. There is a requirement to increase the budget of a Jalwag scheme also as it takes off. So I hope going forward, as the budget increases, the scheme kicks in, we'll be able to attract more cargo from rail and road. Then we talked about coastal movement. So 85% of my cargo which is coming in today also is actually linked to coastal movement. So it's actually linked to port movement because that movement is the most viable. And in that movement, the multimodality is getting reduced. So that is our bread and butter. The coastal movement, the cargo movement, the movements linked with port. So we are working on that. We are actually conducting a study to find out what more coastal routes can be integrated with the waterways, how we can get RSV vessels, which will again reduce the cost of transportation, the cost of multiple handling, how we can work on that. So those things are there as a part of strategy. And I hope that in the coming times, the share of waterways in the overall cargo is going to increase. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So one does tempted to ask you about harnessing the NW1 and making Eastern India, Kolkata as an hub. How do we access the Northeast, which is a very large part of the Indian population, and continue to struggle with the classic chicken neck, and also being aware that the protocol route with Bangladesh not working out? Could you throw some light to the house on the Sitwe route, and how could we harness bringing that, sir?
So basically there are two ways to access the Northeast through the waterways. One is what we call the Indo-Bangladesh protocol routes. There are 10 of such routes. So in fact, 4 of those routes are actually operational. Despite the political situation in Bangladesh being bad, these routes are doing fine. We carry about 4 MMT cargo every year on those routes. So the connectivity happens from Kolkata to IBP routes. Then we can exit at Pandu, or we can exit at Karimganj, Badarpur also. So that part is actually functional. In fact, not only cargo, but cruise movements are also happening regularly. The second connectivity is through Sitwe, as you mentioned, which will actually bypass Bangladesh. So it's very, very strategically important for us if we can have a route which connects to Northeast bypassing Bangladesh. So there, connectivity will be from Kolkata to Sitwe through the sea route, from Sitwe to Paletwa by waterways, from the last remaining part, which is basically the road connectivity from within Myanmar to upper Northeast. So the ocean route is there, that is functional. The port exists, port is being run. The waterways also developed and constructed. The problem is in some part of the road part, which is not complete because of the political situation there. So now the government is focusing on that. I hope that within a year or so, that route will be totally operational. So that will be an alternate connectivity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm aware that you'll be leaving quickly, so I'm tempted to ask you something. So Indians' penchant for leisure is improving. And we're talking about cruise tourism to a very large extent. How do you see cruise tourism on the rivers, you know? How do we harness rivers for cruise tourism? And before I do, many congratulations on the wonderful cruise that perhaps runs from Varanasi on through to Brahmaputra, but some thoughts on that.
So let me tell you, I think it is not so well known. River cruise in India is a hugely successful story. We run world's most luxurious, most expensive, and the longest cruises as on date today. The number of cruise vessels, which used to be 3 in 2013-14, the number of national waterways on which these were running were also almost 3. The vessels have increased to 25 plus, and they're all top of the line luxurious vessels. The cruise that you mentioned, Ganga Vilas, is the world's longest river cruise and probably the world's most expensive also. The ticket is almost 25 lakh for 50-day cruise, and it goes totally booked. And it's not that it's the only cruise right now. Those cruises are increasing. And recently, you'll be glad to know that Viking has announced its entry into India in river cruise sector. They will be running a cruise in NW2. So NW1, NW2, NW3, they are hugely successful cruise operations as on date. Cruise is a success story throughout. And we are working on further developing infrastructure on NW1, developing various cruise terminals, providing various facilities, and I think Sanjay mentioned about shore-to-ship power facilities for all cruise. So we are actually creating that infrastructure. But it's a hugely successful story.
Oh, thank you so much. I think the House is enlightened by that, and I think the IW sector finally is safe in your hands. Very happy to see the circular, weaving off that you've done. And the question on cruise was a provocation to chairman and deputy chairman that, such conferences can also be held in water, not on the shores. So you take a cue, Chairman Sahab. अगले बार आप साहब कर लेंगे तो हम लोग क्रूज में सेशन करेंगे तो और भी मजा आएगा. But jokes aside, I've been fascinated by Madam Malini. I've been, kind of watching her in the maritime sector for a very long time, and I think very glad to know that she now spearheads the IMU. But given her past, extremely good exposure, ma'am, into the sector as, the Director General for shipping, and the fact that you also, when we walked into ports, we were told, shipping and ports kind of don't see eye to eye. And we had, we talked about Mr. Joseph, who was one who said we should bridge that. You talked about capacity building, and there were some thoughts on that. How do you look, and let me provoke you this. Also on the ports, the MIV vision says the 3 of Indian ports should hit 300 million ton capacity. We have just 2 ports today, we do 150 million, Kandla and Paradeep, well ensconced in their own ecosystems of hinterland. We have Mundra doing about 200. So Mundra, Kandla together in a space of 50 kilometers doing about close to 80-90% of India's cargo. As you see, you think this vision of MIV is actually can be translated into action as far as looking at some like 3,000 million tons of cargo, 3 billion? Where do you think then the capacity building would come in terms of seafarers? And how do you think the IMU then plays a role as an intellectual capital furnishing or kind of lending support to this sector?
Tough questions. This can turn into 10 PhDs in the IMU. So, as far as the objectives and ambitious objectives of MIV 2030 and MAK 2047 are concerned, I think all of us are actually working towards that. Now, whether we will reach 3,000 million tons, that is, you can't say I will just keep a target of 300, right? You look at 3,000, but shipping is a derived demand. So it's not that, I can run ships just because I have ships or I have to run ships or to meet a target. There has to be trade. So if you look at the geopolitical situation and if the trade comes to a halt or it decreases, then even if you have the ships or the port capacity, there is going to be a challenge. But assuming that the trade is going to continue to grow and all the geopolitical issues are temporary, I think we are going in the right direction. If you look at Sagarmala, it's spending thousands of crores every year. So I do not see, as I said, we are going in the right direction, and that's most important too. And more importantly, we have a strategy which we didn't have maybe 20 years earlier. As far as capacities go, I think the kind of, I don't know whether to call it address, speech, insights, whatever, I think it laid out all the fields, a 360-degree view of all the capacities that have to be built. Regarding shipping itself, now there are a couple of things. One is, if you look at the university system in India, it focuses on knowledge. But what the world seems to need now is skills and competency. So we have to bridge knowledge and skills, or knowledge and competency. The STCW, of course, talks of competency alone. Even today, the STCW does not require you to have a formal university degree. But then, for various reasons, the degree is introduced for career progression, etc. So that is one thing. How do you bridge this? Reskilling is another challenge. Okay, because the technological advancements, the changes in technology, the changes in, the way logistics is being done. For example, we said, no, we have to know when the ship is coming, so that you can turnaround time can be, very fast, plus your energy is saved. What all goes into that? It's not just the ship. There's a lot of digitalization involved. The major challenge, if I may place in front of everybody, that we are facing is, where are the trainers? Where are the resource people? Number one is, if you're looking at AI, Internet of Things, digitalization, I think the expertise is definitely available in the industry, in the country, but they are not the ones who are resource persons. How many of them are willing to come and say, okay, I'll consecrate my time, a limited period of time, in training people? This is a major challenge. We have to look at that. When you look at alternate fuels, yes, I think there is, I'm glad that, like speakers have pointed out, India is focusing on hydrogen hub and hydrogen mission. But what would be tomorrow's alternate fuel is still being debated globally, right? Is it going to be ammonia? Is it going to be methanol? Is it going to be something else which comes out of the seabed someday? So we are unable to fix a training program, not knowing what is going to be the fuel. So you're going to just top up the training to say, be prepared for all this. Once again, challenge, who's going to train? This is the major challenge that we have to face. Like in the morning you said, where is the money? Where is the financing? Who's going to finance? The second question you can perhaps raise, and Dr. Dhawan did say that, what about the capacity building? Human capacity is as important.
Well, thank you. I'm sure you would have grappled with the idea that, India's share in sitting in Tamil Nadu, a great seafaring tradition, and all along the coast, we had wonderful seafaring traditions. India's net share in the seafaring industry in the world is less than 12%. We have desired to take it to 20%. Are there concrete steps worked out? Skilling in the sector for, starting from ratings right up the pecking order itself, you'll have a lot of seafarers who can have great employment potential. And as India goes into many other opportunities to do employments across the world, this is one which perhaps we have not harnessed, though we have a desire. Are we taking concrete steps on that?
Definitely. If you look at 2017 figures, we were only 6% of the global workforce, and today it's 12%. So if we have moved up from 6 to 12% or 11% in a matter of just 9 years, I think attaining 20% is not a pipe dream. The curriculum has to be revised, which I think all the institutions are making sure that the curriculum is revised. Practical training needs to be there, and there again two challenges. One is, I come back to, I don't know whether I should go public about this to this extent, is that we do need people with maritime experience to come into teaching. We cannot just say the mechanical engineers and the electrical engineers will give this. They will be giving the technical and theoretical training, but for the practical exposure, I think we need more people from the industry, which used to happen before, okay? So that is one of them. The second and probably more challenging issue worldwide, and for India especially with our ambition, is that there need to be training berths on ships, which used to be quite a plenty till the, the manning scales have been trimmed tremendously for for reasons of efficiency, reasons of financial efficiency, etc. So we can train, at the moment we train about 8,000 seafarers, right? Every year. We can go up to 20,000 also, but you don't have the training berths. So can the industry come together, or can the government look at, we are talking to the government on training ships, which used to be the case when, in the olden times, when they talk about Dufferin, right? Training ship, TS Dufferin and TS Chanakya. Can we go back to that? But is it financially viable today? So we have to be very clear whether we can't achieve everything at the same time. But then the government is definitely having objectives, targets, as well as strategies to achieve those targets.
Thank you, ma'am. I can only say, when you say you cannot achieve everything, yes, we can. You know.
It's like what they say about finance, no? You cannot, you can target 2 of those 3 parameters, you know, foreign exchange and your inflation. And so if we have a training ship, yes, we can do that. But without the training ship, how do you do that?
Yes, I do take the point, but then the House would recognize Madam is looking for people who have the intellectual capability to come and teach in IMU. So it's an open invitation. You can send your CVs across to her office. She will find out who are the right people to do that. This conference also scouts for networking and opportunities, and it's my bounden duty to make that happen. I come to a very dear colleague who's led, had a very fascinating career, both an engineer in the railways, and not an anomaly really. It's not an oxymoron, you know, and of course led the Chennai port. I come back straight to you, you know, Sagarmala theme about connectivity, about the 4 pillars on which Sagarmala stands. You know, it's about also that, and Chairman IWI commented about the first and last mile. Multimodalism in the maritime sector and the connectivity. How much of it is a bane, or how much should we promote a multimodalism, or should we let each sector grow in isolation? How do we stitch it together? What are your overall views on this?
Good afternoon, one and all. First of all, I thank Chairperson VOCPA for giving me this opportunity to be with you all today with this enlightening session. Yeah, let me start like this. I'll give you some facts. After that, I'll give one of my own experience, which can explain the importance of this connectivity and multimodalism in freight logistics. So, Subrat, you told when you talked in the morning is the responsible and efficient freight logistics, which is important in terms of your own LPI, Logistic Performance Index, and India is looking for the next decade to go from 4th to 3rd level of fastest growing economy and 3rd level in this world scenario. The maritime Amritkal vision says that the current capacity ports from 2,600 million metric tons to 10,000 in the year 2047, 4-fold increase. And ports may be able to go to that level also, because there has been a lot of improvements and restructuring and modernization in the way the private sector has been encouraged to come into the port sector. But this capacity, as and when it grows, unless you have proper connectivity, I think port sector cannot sustain itself in the long run. Let me give you an example. In Chennai, in 2006-07, seeing the demand for container trade going up in this country, Chennai port planned for a mega container terminal in the outer harbor. Along with, the road was planned, the so-called elevated corridor, for about 20 kilometers. Because the interland from Bangalore is the major interland for container trade for Chennai. This elevated corridor was to bring from that interland and from the local interland, Chennai and all the suburbs of Chennai, Chennai port planned a dry port in Sriperumbudur. You know, the Sriperumbudur is the most industrialized suburb of Chennai now. They took the land, this project was sanctioned, road was sanctioned. But you see where we are today. This road is not reality even after almost 20 years. See, this has put a real block in the capacity addition of Chennai port, and it has affected the trade. The importance of connectivity for trade and the port performance, it can't be at all, it's so important that unless this is there, whatever capacity you increase, it's of no use. The connectivity in terms of not only road, the rail connectivity, today the logistics, as the India is looking for major role in its international supply chain, your domestic supply chain supplying materials to the world trade should be responsible, in your own words. This responsible, environmentally responsible supply chain is a must for other countries to take care, to take your exports, to increase your business, to increase the bilateral trade. This responsible, environmentally responsible logistics depends on more economically and more environmentally viably efficient transport system. There comes the railways. And multimodalism with adequate infrastructure for connecting interland, and in addition to that, the multimodal logistics parks, what IWA chairman was mentioning for increasing their own traffic. If it has to go on IWA, you have to have so many terminals. And same thing with respect to railways and connectivity to the port. The NHA has started developing about 50 and odd multimodal terminals across the country. Yeah, there have been developments, about 5-6 terminals have started, at least the construction has started. But again there, the pace at which we are going in developing this multimodal terminal also is a thing for real consideration and introspection. Now it comes to railway connectivity. See, the rail cargo share in the overall freight basket of India, in say 1990, it was about 50-50. 50% is road, 50% is rail. Over the years, in the last 35 years, it has come to around 25%. From 50, the rail has become 25% and 75% road. This has been allowed to drift away over the years, mainly because of lack of capacity. Unless the capacity is developed, along with capacity, you will have to develop systems and conditions for private industry to come and operate. Government will not be able to do business. It is the private entity which can do business, bring in efficiency, bring in professionalism, and bring in marketing. This is seen in port sector. Morning you mentioned 45% of the port cargo is handled by non-major port. I think kudos to the people who have come in, the private industry who have come, and the state governments who have encouraged them to come. And they have brought in a lot of practices. And those things, Senthil was telling, the problem with the terminals in major ports and the problem with the terminals in minor ports. So this sort of private participation, unless it happens in railways, the connectivity is going to be a problem. Number one, connectivity is very, very important. It requires a lot of expenditure from the government, and it requires a lot of changes in the systems and bringing in so many structures so that the private participation is coming. Unless this is done, I'm sure the port alone, with all the visions going from 4 times from current capacity to 10,000 million tons, will be a problem in the long run.
Fair point. I often wonder, the experiment of PPP in the country has been extremely, it's a virtuous cycle as far as the port sector is concerned, the power sector is concerned. Somewhere, the railways have not adopted PPP in the manner they should have. So even last mile, first mile connectivities, even the Gati Shakti, which has now come on one platform, do you think the Gati Shakti should be entirely led by the PPP and private participation? And also the fact that I think the country's money is precious to be diverted into something much more fundamental. I mean, this is not the topic today, but education, health continue to plague the country. Why would you not introduce, and why has the railways not been able to have a mindset of introducing more PPP into that? If you were to go back, what would you do today?
See, it's not that railways didn't try any PPP. if you see over the years, the freight cargo, when it moves from one terminal to other terminal, 70% of the cargo goes from.
I think Chairman IWI, please give him a hand kindly. He'll take. Thank you so much. Such a pleasure to be connected. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good. Yeah, please continue, Ravindra.
See, traditionally, we can't say that the private participation was not there in railways. In freight traffics, you know, the freight cargo movement, about 70% goes from industry siding to industry siding. Those terminals already are privately owned and privately operated also. It was only the transportation and wagon supply was from the railways. But the problem is those people are already wedded to the railways, and that is all coming on their own. The growth actually where it is not happening is the balance other goods, which requires a lot of terminals, aggregators, and a person who will be giving customer-focused solutions. There we need people to come in. First, railway tried for privatizing and bringing PPP operators in running of trains. First experiment was containers. And containers, it was, it was welcomed by the industry very much, and there are about 20 operators who came immediately and they bought container trains and started running. But somehow the percentage of cargo by containers also has not increased, road versus rail. And there were other issues because the operator was still railways. The operator, licensor and the administrator, all the roads were kept by railways. That is the basic flaw in PPP with railways. Unless it is, with the different authorities, licensor, operator and the administrator, then it will be a problem. Now, currently, I would say there has been a lot of changes and thinking has gone in, and the recent Gati Shakti policy for development of terminals has taken into all the factors. I think fairly good policy has come. Already a lot of people are coming in. Only thing, if you compare a PPP terminal in a port and a GCT terminal, it should be both more or less same because they do the same function. Trains come, they handle the cargo here, ships come, they handle the cargo there. Everything is taken into account, both sides, and good things from the port sector has been copied there. But only thing is, in port sector, the land is given. It is given that the land is given by the authority and the person brings money and invests, create facility and operates. But railway is not assuring even now. Unless that is done, it will be a problem. Maybe if the railway is not having land, it will be necessary for railway identify land and acquire and then start concessioning this development of this terminal. I think certainly this will also come because these are the suggestions going to the ministry. It's only time that they take this also and developments will come.
Well, thank you so much for a person who's practiced railways for a large part to think that these suggestions can be very, very Let me tell the House and the distinguished panelists over here, two of the very success stories in the ports about connectivity, about Mundra. The fact that Mundra built its own connectivity actually took Mundra into a different trajectory. At a time when connectivity to ports was entire domain of railways, it was first time given, and the success is there for everybody to see. And the fact that the revenues and the gains of this have accrued to trade, and eventually to the country. And the same has happened in Dhamra port in the state of Odisha, where we've been very forthright in that concession. Thank you so much, ma'am. I come to you, by a very interesting morning session. Good to see you after Ahmedabad over here as well. Capacity building. And the fact that, where do you see, I come back to the same question, because I think women today are more concerned about capacity building, so it's incidental both of you got together. So the capacity building is the hands of very powerful and good women. Give them a hand before I proceed with the question. Okay, everyone's clapping, not just the girls. Capacity building in the maritime sector, along with the responsibility that we've been speaking about, where do you think this leads us, and what are the steps that we need to do to accelerate this? We talked about isolated good examples. Why do we continue to not have a, building these examples and proliferating them across country? We have multiple small examples. You being a part of a very extremely wonderful think tank, having access to government, having access to private, being a wonderful bridge between that. What would you suggest are the steps to take to accelerate and grow these stories?
See, capacity building, and we have seen in the state of Kerala or the countries which have done exceedingly well, is that the basic education does wonders. It's not just learning a language, it's not anything else, it's everything that teaches us. And I tell my PhD students, what you are learning as what you are doing in your research, you may never use it. What you are basically learning is, as a PhD student, is how to identify a problem, how to observe things, and how do you use that for solving problems. Now coming to capacity building, and that is something we continue all through our lives, because really speaking, what I learned in my PhD, that was not end of research. So if I stop learning at that stage, I don't think so I can do anything. Now also let's look at that what is happening today. When we started, and some of us perhaps will remember, there used to be very strict disciplines. You choose which stream you want to in class 9, whether you want to opt for science, commerce, arts. So that is what the scenario was. And with the result, we had specialists in different fields. Today, when we are talking about shipping, and that is what I'll say how TERI came into play for this particular sector. It was because TERI has expertise in renewable energy. How do we use renewable energy? How do we use waste management? Those particular technologies in the shipping sector. So those, we have to move away from silos. Because if I'm taking a particular action, and we were talking about why we are moving away from railways to road, it is largely the comfort factor, and it is somewhere that the human labor is becoming more expensive, and therefore there is no saving if I move to railways. And ease is that, okay, I put it in truck, it will be unloaded at its destination, so that is the safest way. That calls for a couple of things in capacity building. First of all, or even the government policy, should there be a carbon tax? Because ultimately, if I'm driving a truck, I'm causing more emissions, and therefore, over and above the transportation cost, I should also pay carbon tax, because ultimately I have to clean the environment. So that becomes a sort of thinking, and therefore the person who is responsible for taking the decision how I should send my freight should also be sensitive towards the environment. And that is where I say capacity building is not school, it is not college education, it's something which continues till the last day we should live. And over there it is, because now there are no silos. I have to look in the shipping, what are my emissions, GHG emission. And in the morning also I spoke about that even TERI's center we are looking at on-time arrival of ships, because you are saving energy. Let's look at the entire logistics, because it takes long time. And there are examples, like when I started my career as a plant biotechnologist, or rather what Safal is doing today, they don't wait for their truck doesn't wait that everything is to be put in the shelves. They will come the following day. They have standardized the crates. And that is what needs to be done here as well, so that I save on labor. The entire logistics is to be worked out. So when I'm talking of green shipping, we are talking of green ports, it's everything right from my building design. It is efficiencies, energy efficiency, because energy saved is more than energy created, because there will always be GHG emissions. And how do I generate this? How do I recycle whatever, even because solar panels and all, you are using minerals, there will be waste generated. So therefore, I need to research on what kind of design, uniform designing should be there so that I recover the critical minerals. Because if the cost of recovery of critical minerals is higher than extraction cost, I'll never learn. So that is what I'll have to work on. So therefore, it has to continue. And what I say is that what we have learned, earlier we were saying, whatever you have learned in college, perhaps you'll use it all through your life, but a decade before we were saying knowledge doubles every 5 years, and today I'll say it's not even 5 months. So therefore, unless and until we keep on sharpening our skill set, and it's at different levels. At the higher level, it is awareness about the technology, and then it is the level that the engineers who are coming out of the university, we need to skill them as well. They are not market ready. They have theoretical knowledge but not practical knowledge. So a sort of finishing schools, perhaps those are also required, that we teach them. Very rightly mentioned, and one initiative which has come into recently into existence is Professor of Practice. So a lot of people with industry experience, they are returning back to the universities and they are mentoring students, so which is very good. And I think that ecosystem now is developing because many people now they think give it back to the society, and really speaking, they have a lot of money, they don't care about money. What they need is that whatever they have learned should be utilized. So therefore they are mentoring students. What we need to have is an open mind that every day we need to learn, we need to change according to the different needs today. And we are living in a world where the multidisciplinarity is extremely important. And I'll say I'm also one of the examples. I started my career as a plant biotechnologist, then in molecular biology, and genetically modified crops, got into regulations of that. From there I moved to biofuels. Alga is a biofuel. There again we noticed that the lipid, why it is not viable is because of the cost. So let's start looking into other platform chemicals that can come from the de-oiled algal cake, and from there to microbes. So therefore it's a long journey, but I kept my eyes and ears open that is what is ultimately required, and that's what I feel everyone should be doing it. Thank you.
I was aware that you were a very multi-skilled person, and you're only confirming that. Wonderful. 2 points, ma'am. You know, you talked about a green carbon tax. You'd be aware that the road sector today has grown because of a very proactive action taken. You remember we all paid a cess for when we bought fuel, and that cess was actually physical capital to build the wonderful road network we had in the country. So that's one observation, but there's a takeaway today. So if you are a net pollutant, you pay for it.
Exactly.
Okay. At that point of time, at the turn of the century, when we didn't have good roads, that program was valid. It was led by the Prime Minister Vajpayee himself. It was very, very nobly called that. But today, I think the responsibility of a carbon transition has to come on people who are adding to net to traffic. Interesting.
And small little things, I'll just add to it, where I feel government can play a very important role. Like we have Bureau of Energy Efficiency, and Bakareji was here a little while ago. So Bureau of Energy Efficiency, that gives you rating. But the common person's question is, why should I pay? It is already, I'm paying, like, okay, I'll consume more electricity if it is 2-star rated versus 5-star rated. But the differential is so high that I'm paying for 5 years electricity in advance. Why should I do it? So government can also have a differential tax structure. So why can't GST on energy efficient equipments be lowered? Similarly, when we are looking at the shipping sector, one of the problems is that the moment you go for greener fuel, there is going to be some differential. It's going to be little expensive. Who pays it? Is it the company? Is it the consumer? And for a consumer, if you tell me that, look, the particular thing that you are going to consume, the car, it has come through a ship which was green shipping versus something which came through an old technology, but the differential is 30,000 rupees. I'll say, how does it matter to me? So that should not be the case. So especially till the time these things are adopted, till the time people are aware, they're responsible enough, till that time the government should also have differential policy. Give me rebate in income tax, don't give me cash money or anything. Reduce GST, so there should be some incentive from the government as well.
So innovative ideas to capture a sentiment of a citizen to kind of take the energy transition. Interesting, but I'm also a votary of the lateral entry. I think Madam Malini spoke of that. Lateral entry is something good, not just from the private to the public sector, vice versa. It's something that I think the country suffers for too long for apportioning sectors, major port, non-major port, private, non-private, terry, non-terry. I think this artificial division should collapse. But interesting, thank you so much, ma'am. On the queue, Ashish ji, to you, on the queue that we have, Madam spoke about energy transition and the necessity of taking the burden of energy transition by a kind of a, kind of innovative taxation, etc. I bring it to one of the goals of the MIV, that the RE in the country, in the ports, is less than 10%. One of the goals of the MIV is to take it to beyond about close to 60% by 2030. At this point of time, it looks fairly ambitious, but nothing is, unthinkable. Taking a cue from there, as a responsibility of a citizen, as a member of the industry today, and as a member of a think tank with BCG, where do you think and how should we proceed on this energy transition, and what should we be doing in the maritime sector?
Yeah, I think Dr. Biba really hit the nail with the innovation point. I think it's high time that we reimagine the way we used to think about programs, projects, or anything in relation to all that we have done till now. Because we are running, we are actually sprinting in all aspects. If you look at just the hydrogen mission, green hydrogen mission, we have 17 ministries in it. And if you think of the interventions which each of the ministries today looking at, and then the departments, and then it comes to the state level, and then it comes to the taluka and the district level, there are crazy number of interventions which are happening towards transition, and bringing them all together, if we are able to do it in a much more efficient way, that's where we capture the value. And the aspect is that, if you look at the way we, at least in BCG, we look at frames, and basically if you have to look at the supply and demand of green hydrogen or RE or anything in relation to bringing this entire ecosystem together. So if you look at the supply side, then we do have we do have policy, regulatory, technical, finance, capacity building, and governance. So if you look at all these five, you have a very good frame in which you can capture the most maximum value out of all the aspects what we are doing. What is happening today is that, we are trying to accelerate on one particular lever, and that's something that, it is something which we are working with the ministry as well to understand where are the gaps and bring everything together, so that, and that's happening at the central level. But the same thing, if you look at a port authority like VOCPA, that also needs to happen at the grassroots level where the implementation is happening. Until unless all the five things are taken care of, and then you integrate the offtake. That is when I talk of the when I talk about the, I've talked about the supply side, but when we talk about the offtake side, there also the need of integration of all stakeholders is required. And when I mean by stakeholders, it's just not the people who are going to use the product, but also the service providers and the logistics people. Everyone needs to look at it from a perspective of bringing in that value, bringing in that efficiency. Otherwise, we will be looking at glaring gaps in these aspects. And if we don't plug it at each level, from a central to the implementation level, from the policy making to level to the implementation level, and across the whole value chain, we will be missing out on a lot of value. And I think I'll stop at that, but this is what we are at least trying to do at all levels, trying to get that aspect, and importance needs to be given for, of course, capacity building, but also on the governance aspect, on understanding how bringing everything together can add value. Thank you.
How do you trigger this? How do you incentivize this transition? What does BCG think about it as a strong advisor of the government?
Yeah, I think bringing in, we are looking at platforms. We are looking at, and everywhere, India has got huge experience in adding value and getting value out of aggregating stuff. So demand aggregation is one place where the offtake can actually be very smooth. At the same time, We have aggregated solar and we have blended solar and coal before with NVVN. We have blended, you know, the financing structures on platforms like NIIF, which is 2-year-old. We have prepared platforms wherein, you know, communities have come in and also taken care of, you know, the needs of the government and how circularity can come in and other aspects as well. So we are very good at creating those platforms, and I think the time has come that those platforms were created only for one particular lever. Now the need is that we create the platform for all 5 levers and then take it in a most comprehensive way. And in the whole day, we have not spoken about one very important thing, that we are putting in money on the coast, right, for all green hydrogen, and we have to take care of climate risks. At the same time, and Dr. Viba really mentioned about the earthquake which we just saw. But if we don't take care of the vulnerability and adaptability, and thanks to you, you mentioned twice and again about the mangroves and the work which you are doing at the ports. But those are the most neglected aspects. The adaptation and resilience are the most neglected aspects today. If we are not taking care of those, then all the money which you put on the ports is not, it's somewhere it's at risk, and somewhere that value will be depreciated if we don't take care of the climate risks.
Well, I thank you so much for flagging a very important aspect, you know. More than the earthquake, you know, this coast was devastated in 2004 with one of the, you know, scale of tsunami that we've never seen. I mean, all of us remember the photographs of Chennai, Marina Beach, over here. So, and the recent cyclone, not to talk of Fukushima. And of course, Japan is more responsible towards that. Still, they could not contain the kind of thing. I'm not even talking about Chernobyl, which is inland. So, environmental management in the ports and participation of coastal communities and a sense of the government that you have to have protection around that. It's not just building a good port, it's making it resilient.
Yes.
Okay. If you were to say mark 1, 2, 3, what would you say is this is the path of resilience for the Indian ports?
No, I think, you know, just start by climate risk assessments. It's very important. We do all the feasibility studies, we do put money into various other things, but a fraction of that if we do just start by making climate risk assessments today, and we assess that, you know, in the next 20 years, how is that I need to get, where are the risks, when is that my value which I put on the port today is going to get affected. That itself will give you a resilience plan, and it involves communities, it involves technical measures, it involves policy measures, it involves financing. So if you make that all resilient, then all the money which you put today will be there for the next 50 years. And that's why the only thing which I want to make before I leave, and I would, I'm already getting FOMO because I'll be leaving this entire nice panel, but the only thing which I want to make a point is we have to look at it in a most comprehensive way of taking all the 5 levers and also build platforms wherein we bring in all the people together and wherein nobody loses and we capture the maximum value. I think I'll stop at that. Thank you so much.
So thank you so much, and give him a hand. He has to leave at 1600 hours. And thank you so much. And if the port wishes to any memento for him, you can on the sidelines of it. I'll proceed with the questions here.
Thank you so much for
Thank you, Ashish ji. It was
VOCPA.
wonderful.
Yeah,
I'll take off from where you said, and I'll come to Karan ji straight away there. And you know, energy transition, we did speak about that. A responsible port, the levers that you'll apply to make a port on a virtuous cycle. Eventually, we spoke in the morning about an ESG umbrella. Are the ports today conscious? Are they still on the path of or a trajectory of just building infrastructure, looking at the Sagarmala goals, you know, connectivity, etc.? What is it that the eventual ports of India must look like when you become assets in the world maritime map? How do we recast the glory that we once had? And that was about certain amount, you know, we're sitting in this land where the Cholas and the Pallavas went to conquer. I come from a place where the Kalingas went to do it in Southeast Asia. Put the history aside. What is the future of Indian ports? And you, as a very young representative of the sector, how do you feel about it? And I would take the cue from the responsibility, he talked about the levers, and the ESG platform that I have been speaking about. Where does this take us?
Sure, thanks a lot for this question. And first of all, let me admit I'm not from the ports. I'm not a ports guy. I'm more from the electron side. But yes, as now you can see more and more electrons players are venturing into the molecular world, and that's the same story for me. But for the larger audience, just before I start responding to this question, GIZ is the German Development Corporation, so more than 60 years already in India as a technical cooperation organization, and mostly backed by government of Germany and ministries involved in the Germany. And talking about our role in India, from where I am coming from, is the hydrogen ramp-up program, where our partner ministry is Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. And one of the major milestone that was achieved was the Indo-German Green Hydrogen Roadmap, which was exchanged last year during the visit of Chancellor and also Minister of Economic Affairs, exchanged it with Piyush Goyal ji and also Mission Director. So that was also in the Terry University, madam. So that was the backdrop. And coming from the port's perspective, as I admitted, but what I have seen, I have been to the port of Rotterdam 3 times. Amlan Boraji was here. So what we have realized is that the ports, they are renting out space. And a very strategic decision which was taken by Port of Rotterdam also, when MNRE had a booth there, we saw that over the years, what has been the development, they are strategically shifting their decisions, whether they want fast money for renting for the the container terminals and things like that, or they are looking at allocating land for electrolyzers. Some of the world's largest, or even in fact Europe's largest electrolyzers plants are being set up at the facility. And do we have enough land allocation for transformers, because we see a lot of offshore wind, which also has the potential here where we are sitting. So do we have the evacuation facility from in these ports? Do we have the right amount of transformers where the electrolyzers can be drawing power from? So these are the certain aspects. And then we see that the first year we usually took a delegation. We stood outside a vacant electrolyzer field, nothing behind us actually. But we used to say that tomorrow there is going to be an electrolyzer, because there is a lot of Shell, British Petroleum refineries out there. But this year, in May 2025, we see that it's mostly done. And this year we will see that the electrolyzer will actually be producing hydrogen, which is going to directly to these refineries. Having said that, in the Green Hydrogen Roadmap, the ESG framework that you talked about, we also have a KfW development bank, which is the German financial corporation. We being the technical corporation, there is a financial corporation. And one of the reasons why there was a viability gap fund for also for the maritime fuels, for the fuel producers, of 30 million euros per project. A total capping of 270 million euros and 30 million euros dedicated only towards bridging this gap between grey and green. The main aspect of Indian companies losing out was on the aspect of ESG. So we saw that this aspect was kind of not ready, but now we see there was a second round, which was March 2025, and the results are expected soon. And we are fingers crossed, we are very hopeful. A lot of some developers are also sitting here, have participated in that round, and we see that yes, there will be access to these VGF funding instruments, where one of the aspects is having an ESIA framework in place, because even the IMO net zero framework, the funds that are going to be coming because of these penalties and levies of compliance and direct targets and base targets, most of it is going towards just transition and complying with the ESIA framework. So that has been our observation so far. But yes, an exciting field, and a lot of interesting, personally for me to learn a lot, and that has been a really grateful experience. Yeah.
So you are also believe and echo the sentiment that the transition to green cannot be without breaching the borders of ESG. And any kind of financing, this is something that I have been, from a perspective of non-major ports, which I have been telling everyone, having worked the major port for long, having now been subjected to the scrutiny of financing and going through the very careful diligence and scrutiny for ESG funding. I think I'm very happy to echo that sentiment that you are saying, but equally happy to see that Indian companies are now walking up to that. Because you can't breach the ESG factor anymore in India if you wish to look for technology. But tell me, having gone to Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Ein bisschen? Etwas? Sehr gut?
Sehr gut.
Sehr gut. Aber we sprechen in English. So then, that's how. Do you think about the many ambitions that India has, and we talked about the hydrogen mission, our invisibility to a certain kind of getting the optics in our favor by the 5th Hydrogen Conference. Could India be a net supplier of energy in the future for the world? And what could that energy be? Though this panel does feel we don't even know what the energy could be. We know for sure today India's energy needs come from, and ports are a very vital part of that linkage in terms of, let's say Tamil Nadu, for example, coastal coal that comes in from the state I come from, Odisha, and we've been working on that. So coal is a story for another 20, 25 years, unless we are doing coal to gasification and we are taking out, extracting minerals, etc. Extracting liquids and, could India be a net supplier of that energy when it does happen? What's your view?
My perspective would be yes, and why I'm saying this is, there is a SECI of Germany, which is HINTCO, and HINTCO has done, round of global tenders where they are, because they want to import ammonia, import SAF, methanol, and the reason India could produce the cheapest electrons in the world, that is in itself, a game changer as far as this transition is concerned, and all the eyes goes to India because of the fact that we have the one grid, the one bidding zone concept is being taken care, because this is one area that EU, RFNBO, these are some technical things which are required for them to make them understand that yes, a plant in south of India can draw power from Gujarat because we are one grid. And we are trying to answer this, address this question, because in India we have different bidding areas. I will not get into these details, but this will be resolved at the EU-India level, I'm very sure. But what I can say is, the HINTCOs have done road shows in India. They have signed, MOUs with SECI. So they are looking at Asia-specific windows, global windows where Indian companies are participating, and all eyes are looking at India, and we are the elephant in the room. And I have a very strong feeling. I invested my career coming from electrons to molecular world. Personally, I want this to be a successful story, and I'm sure it will be.
So the molecules of the world are not going to be fossil molecules.
That's the way ahead.
Right? What according to you could be the trigger? What could it be? Hydrogen, methanol, or as Madam Malini believes, that something that we don't even know, extraterrestrial perhaps?
Yeah, ma'am, if you would like to take this up.
Well, I'll put it this way, we are living in a very, very dynamic world. Energy transition is going to take place. It's going to continue at least for next 50 years. When I talk of energy transition, it's basically that our energy needs are going to go up. There is awareness about green energy. Now to say that whether India will be next exporter, in terms of potential, I'll say yes. But then what I'll also be conscious of, and as the research efforts are going on, I also have a feeling that every part of the world will find some or the other alternative. Whether it's going to be nuclear, whether it is going to be hydrogen, and therefore in years to come, maybe energy export may not be there, and every country will be producing their own. Which kind of energy, that we'll have to see, and this transition at least will take minimum of 50, maybe 50 to 70 years kind of space.
I'm hopeful that maybe in our lifetime we see an energy transition. Ma'am, you're young enough to see that, don't you worry. So very fascinating, so much for the port sector, I began by, requesting Ma'am Malin to speak something of the shipping sector. I'd like to come back once again to the shipping sector. Subramaniam ji, to you, not despite, there's I'm sure this is true for all the port operators. They understand terminals and ports. Very little understanding of the shipping, as it were. Various dynamics. The fact that Indian flag itself is so restricted. And the fact that one of the MIV visions is to see that our gross tonnage in the world is what? Just about 16,000 today? And we have a desire to take it to more than
35.
35, so you're well on the figures. How do we achieve that? Is it physical capital? Is it policy framework? And when we go forward, and I would like you to elaborate on insurance and classification, because that's another very tricky subject that we're getting into. As port operators, we say that, are you complied?
Yes.
You got the insurance from,
Classification.
It's all good? Wait. No chairman would think of it because his limitations are there. I'd like to ask you, how do you perceive this? And first on the tonnage, and what is it in the shipping sector we need to do to set that more tonnage, more Indian flag, more Indian crew?
Thanks for the very difficult question, honestly, because this is roaming around for so many years now. Okay, so one is the tonnage increase is something that depends again on the various operators, how they see that and how they want to enhance the complete ecosystem and bring it to the next level of the transport in terms of the export, in terms of the bringing into the system wherein they can achieve that. The issue in achieving this is a lot of capital investment and the type of product you are going to transfer and the market demand. Yeah. So there are n number of issues we need to look into before you really look into the rise. If you really see the average is 15, what you are indicating. So raising to 35, I never seen from last 10, 15 years. Okay. So this is one part of it. Second part is the classification perspective. It's very, very tedious classification rules coming up from the IMO, wherein especially in the green sector. So wherein there are a couple of issues are still in the classification, wherein as I come from the company called RINA, wherein we are one of the classification in the Italian company, where we normally involve with the developers as well as the ship builders as well as the IMO directly. Okay, so for the green energy, for the ammonia and methanol, wherein we have working from last 4 years already, making a policies in the classification perspective, making a technical, the advancement to the IMO along with the ship owners. Then we will be presenting to the IMO. So in September, we do have a presentation with two IMO, explaining them what is the pros and cons of the various energy transition, what we are thinking about from methanol or ammonia or hydrogen, whatever we are talking about. And then we also think about the C2 level, carbon intensity level, what madam was pointing. There is an automation coming up inside the ship wherein the C2 is automatically detected for the existing ships. As well as we are also suggested, it all coming from the insurance perspective, what I am talking. Everything linked to the more you put, the more the insurance will rise. But for a green energy, we need to have this in place because the green energy long run transfer of the ships is still not in place. If you really look in that perspective, we are hardly nowhere. So even methanol, it's 2.5 times bigger than the HVO oil where we need to store. And coming to the green ammonia, it will be 6 times. So what is happening is the capex cost increasing onto the ship things, wherein the insurance are getting much higher. These discrepancies are happening around, and where when we put up the technical point, shipbuilder comes with the insurance, IMO comes with the regulations. It's rotating around there from last 3 to 4 years. So this is what I wanted to tell you. Yeah.
It's a very vicious circle I can see.
Exactly. Yes.
Where do the P&I clubs see their fortune in this?
I don't see, honestly, not much in the near future. But what I see is like should not aim for a bigger transition. In my view, the transition would be very, very limited to the tugboats, small passenger carrier boats. It is possible, and even in Rotterdam, maybe people know that it is already running. Tugboats are running, and the passenger boats are running. And in this week, Monday, I was in Oman. They also the Dukum port wants to have the green energy transition, wherein they are coming up with the concepts how to involve in these things. I see methanol is an immediate future. Ammonia would be somewhere around 2025. And the reason is the CC11 conference is scheduled this year. So if that comes with the safety aspects of the ammonia comes out, probably that is one of the potential we should look at it.
Yeah,
This is what my
indeed,
feeling.
risk mapping of the energy transition
Yes.
is not being talked about.
No.
We are at the moment we are talking about a development stage.
Yes.
So we haven't even come to a state of maturity where you want to talk about risk management, financing, etc. We still, it's an R&D stage.
Exactly.
But to that extent, we foster
It is okay.
this.
It is okay.
But then, in the morning there was a question, maybe why when thinking of this transition, when you have a proven nuclear transition, and the world's navies are all kind of powering themselves, the nuclear submarines and whatever the submarines which can be borne underwater for very long periods. How do you look at it?
No, I personally don't see that. I should not be seeing that, because nuclear comes with a different difficulties in managing it. Okay, so the military and other things works in a different platform, whereas as a human normal citizens, for us the health is a concern. When you are on board, are you safer to travel, and the healthier environment, that is fine. There will be a premium for increase in the pricing. That is always there, even for the HBO from last 15 years. So we are still managing that. Only thing is, if we can transition at least 15% of the global requirements to the new fuel or an advanced fuel or a green fuel, that itself is an achievement, because there are a lot of concerns and constraints are in the development.
So in this development, do you think we should be piggybacking on LNG for a while?
We do had LNG for a couple of years, but somehow because of the BOG management, there is some issue in the BOG management for an LNG. If that comes up, definitely LNG is the one thing we should look at it. Yes, definitely.
So good point. So the navies of the world and the merchant navies of the world are on two different trajectories.
Exactly. This is what my view.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you so much. And ma'am, I think you
I
do sense to make a point,
I
certainly.
just wanted to add something, because we started with Dr. Dhawan, who said, okay, there is technology, but there's also human resources, right? We need to have an ecosystem, and that's what is important. And I think you mentioned financing. So your question was, what is the government doing about all this? Regarding increasing tonnage, the government has started flagging in the gift city. So they are trying new policies that will increase the tonnage under the Indian flag. But regarding ecosystem, government is very strongly looking at the kind of clusters that you have in Norway, in Korea, and seeing how we can get those systems going. We have lethargy, we have legacy issues which don't, everybody is in their own world, their silos, so to say. But I think this is what the government is intending to do. Research organizations, innovation hubs, as well as technology introduction, all that going together. And I think if we continue in this way, we should get, it's not something which will come overnight, but at least that's where we are heading.
Wonderful.
Maybe I'll just add.
Yeah.
The point which you made is very valid, and one thing we should be very conscious, what is happening at the international level. So whether it is manufacturing of the ship, whether it is dismantling of the ship, and what kind of risks do we have if we don't change. So therefore, while we say this is expensive and we don't follow, do we want to be out of the market? The answer to that is no, because of our own demands as well. So somewhere we have to look in totality. What is going to be the long-term impact? What is the health impact? What is the emissions? And then make the investments. So it may take a time, there may be payback period, but there is something called that we can't avoid. So that's a harsh reality, we have to face it.
So, Bharat, I
Yes.
want to add one
Yes,
point
please
here.
do, please do.
As per the Clarkson table, and we also have the database because we have the classification, more than 300 ships, dual ships are already ordered on ammonia, you know very well. So the methanol also ordered very well. So it is something that we will not go back. We go back in upfront. Only issue would be there are some safety concern on board that has been taken to IMO. If they approve it, then there is nothing like that. We will proceed. This is what I feel. Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, ladies, is there one quick intervention that somebody wants to ask something? You wanted to say something? Please, you can use a mic there and... we're not beyond time.
Yeah.
Long term looks very attractive that whatever that you talked about, methanol, ammonia, green hydrogen, and also nuclear. And the second question was, because we have to look at short term, then only things will be possible. We cannot look at a time period of 10 years, 15 years time frame. We have to look at next 5 years what's going to happen. The second question is, who will finance this green transition? Because government has given only 20,000 crores. That is not sufficient to take care of these transition as we move forward. Private industry is not willing to, what we can say, give their amount to the industry to move forward. So how will that transition happen, and what will be the future look like?
So let your confusion rest. I don't think the House is, kind of besought with a little confusion. But nonetheless, I would wish to address your question. It's not about a short-term strategy. It's having a very clear outlook on which you wish to progress, and then you chart a path. I think the long-term chart of the path is very clear. The trajectory will have certain hiccups. It's bound to have, because A, you're facing an R&D transition. B, you're getting coupled with a very important question about financing. Okay, so therefore, much has been spoken, and I think there's a very good session about how do we look for financing for the green transition. But the chart for the future of the maritime industry is, according to all of us on this, and to all of you over there, it's well charted out. As we move along, we need to have certain, because we don't know as we speak whether there's going to be methanol, there's going to be hydrogen, they talk about ammonia, there's talk about hydrogen in various forms. And I spoke to you about, will India be a net producer to export out? Is there a facility? We are also conscious of the fact that we can actually commercially produce it much lesser cost than the rest of the world. So these are opportunities, they're not confusions really. These are opportunities, the trajectory is well set. There is a transition, let us acknowledge that. How do we go about? It will happen in due course, we'll wait for that. So, ladies and gentlemen, Chairman, Deputy Chairman, yes ma'am.
What people are looking for is a game changer, right? And the game changer that I can think of in India was mobile phones and reliance. And that requires volumes. So while we are looking at shipping and ports, can we look at beyond just seagoing ships and coastal ships and look at fishing boats? And those are the ones which give numbers. We have 400,000 fishing boats. I think if we can look at those volumes and get somebody to do game changing there, then you develop an ecosystem, the technology would have been tried out. I think to sit in silos and look only at seagoing ships is where we are getting caught.
You recollect, ma'am, the pain that citizens of Delhi took when we did a transition from, one kind of fuel to CNG. So every transition does come with a little pain and a certain acceptance. And you said very correctly, small fishing vessels, registered and unregistered, amount to humongous numbers. And if you can actually propel them to take an alternate fuel, make it cheap, that's it.
That's where you can do the trials and tribulations, because you cannot do it in the seagoing.
As a general student of science, this question often comes, the choice of electricity, a DC versus an AC current. When you go years back, I think the debate is not rested, which was the right thing, whether Tesla's intervention would have been right, or whether an alternate form of transmission of energy that we thought. So the debate continues, but the fact does remain is that a commercialization of an R&D, a proliferation of that will hasten the progress.
And the numbers are
And
there
the numbers,
in the fishing
yeah,
vessels and
exactly,
the harbor vessels
exactly.
and not in the seagoing
So
vessels.
if you have lived in Delhi, we did a transition. Those who have lived in Delhi, the transition from one kind of fuel to CNG. And today, it's well rested. It's well rested. So, okay. But anyway, I think it's been an extremely exciting panel. So I would request the House to stand up and give a hand to everyone over here. Madam Malini, Madam Viva, Subramanianji, Karanji, my good friend Ravindran, Vijay Kumarji has left, and so has Ashishji. Thank you so much. Chairman, Deputy Chairman, thank you for the opportunity.
I
ma'am.
now request Deputy Chairman, sir, to please felicitate our panelists. Yes, definitely. Thank you, sir. Thank you, all the panelists. Sorry. Now we quickly move on to our next session, Green Financing and Policy Frameworks. I request our panelists for the next session to please join me on the stage. Shri Jain Thomas Ji, Shri Subramanya Kanakate, Shri Gaurav Saxena Ji, Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Yes.
Gaurav Saxena, then Pritik Vishwal. Okay. Time is there. Okay, Ashish Kulkarni. Okay. Then Mr. Senthil
I
Kumar.
think he's Karan.
No, sorry, Karan.
Yeah.
And Mr. Senthil Kumar.
Hmm.
Senthil Kumar, DG Shipping.
I request our panelists for the next session, Green Financing and Policy Framework, to join me on the stage. Shri Jayant Thomas ji, Shri Gaurav Saxena ji, Shri Pritish Biswal, Karan Arora ji, Shri Senthil Kumar ji, so I would request you to take this. Shri Jayant Thomas ji is Secretary, Ship Agents Association. Shri Gaurav Saxena ji is Director with PwC, and where he focuses on transport and logistics sector advisory. Shri Pritish Biswal is also from PwC India and is Sustainability and Climate Director. Shri Karan Arora ji is with GIZ India, an energy advisor with them. Shri Senthil Kumar ji is Digi Shipping. Thank you all for joining me. And I'm Hina Goswami, editorial consultant with IGPP. And I know we are running short on time, so without taking any more time, we'll just begin the session. So the session pertains to policy, green financing and policy frameworks. And I think talking about money is what makes the world go round. The Indian government has made significant financial and policy stride to ensure that there's green transition happening with a 25,000 crore maritime development fund. Central to these efforts is also shipbuilding financial assistance policy, which offers up to 30% funding for vessels powered by clean fuels. There is 1,624 crore support package to help Indian shipping companies remain globally competitive while transitioning to green operations. A 15,000 crore viability gap funding plan to support this transition, along with 81 public-private partnership projects that are worth 42,300 crore focused on sustainable port infrastructure. My question I begin with Shri Jayant ji, and please do tell us that are these measures, the financial measures taken by the government of India, enough to fulfill the financial needs of greening the maritime sector? Are there any other international mechanism that the Indian shipping sector can partake in to ensure that the green transition is smooth without causing pain to the industry? Jayant ji. Yes. Yes, yes. Just a minor change. I also request Shri Gaurav Thakur ji from GM Baxi Group to join us on the stage. Yes. So please keep sitting.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, and since I represent the Tuticorin shipping fraternity, I'm basically an operational person and a person who deals with the day-to-day business. So I would like to bring to the forum how we as the basic ops people look at these business initiatives as a common man's representative and a common businessman's representative. To begin with, I would like to start with how do I move the slides? Can you please help me? Yeah, so this is a quiz. I would like to everyone to just pay attention. It has 3 images and a symbol. And from this, can you find out what it actually represents? It's a English term. It's a metaphor. The clue is there. Yeah, camel to Cadillac. Yeah. So when we are talking about something that we need to move from a traditional setup to a rapid transformation, I think this topic really fits in. We as the operations people think about green energy in one manner, but the level of discussion that happens here is highly technical, and I think the common people, the common industry businessmen have to transform ourselves from a traditional setup to a very modern business scenario. So this is what the explanation is. So on one side we have the policy or the targets which India has. I think by 2030 the carbon intensity of our economy has to be cut down to less than 45, and by 2070 we have to hit net zero. But what is the ground reality? What are we as the basic shipping people experiencing on a day-to-day basis with regards to these? Let me put up, if suppose some TV interviewer comes and reporter comes and asks question about the green shipping or the industrialization that is happening in and around Tuticorin, as a shipping executive, I would be telling that, okay, now Tuticorin is in the limelight, we are getting new industries. We have Tata Solar Power, which has set up their manufacturing facility. They have come up with a 4.3 gigawatt facility, and moment I tell about Tata Power, some object comes to my picture, the solar panel comes to my picture. But and then we have the VinFast, the Vietnam car manufacturer who has set up the factory, and that is something good for us. And moment I tell about VinFast, image of a car comes to my mind. But when I talk about the green fuel companies, there are many companies. What does that come to me? It is just a term. It's a green hydrogen or green ammonia. It's like a green apple. I mean, I don't put a figure to it. I mean, as a product, it doesn't have a individual visibility. And now coming to the way things have happened in Tuticorin in the past few years, I think the first news about the setting up of large green hydrogen or green ammonia plants came up in July 2022. And that was the time, I mean, just after a year, we had the news of Vietnam car manufacturer coming to Tuticorin. Just a year after, but now today, they are ready with a 4,000 car manufacturing facility. They are going to roll out 4,000 car next month. And that is the way things have happened. But when it comes to green energy, we just see few boards stating that the land is allocated to these industries. This is the ground reality which a common man sees. So we don't have an identity of the product. We don't have an identity of our visibility of what is going to come. This is where a common man in Tuticorin would be. And thankfully, Tuticorin Port is taking a lot of initiative. We have a prototype of how green hydrogen storage or whatever it is there. But then it is also not in the public eye. It is in one end of a port, and the public, they talk about green energy, green hydrogen, green ammonia, but it is all something which is beyond our imagination or our, this is where we are. So first issue is visibility. When are we going to have these industries going to come? When we discuss all this, as sir rightly mentioned, the discussion itself is not complete. We do not know which fuel is going to come. We are whether it is going to be ammonia, green ammonia, or green hydrogen, or green methanol. It is not. It is still evolving. And now, as a businessman, I come to the business contracts. I'm not talking about small or medium-sized exporters. I'm talking about a business contract between a logistics service provider and large corporates. Moment we go into such a sort of business, the first thing that comes to us is the RFQ, request for quotation. It runs into several pages. I mean, it runs into hundreds of pages, and it has so many hundreds of classes, and it will have, I mean, and there will be, I have come across one or two classes like this. Do you have any plans to invest in EV trucks in the next 5 years? Just one question out of hundreds of pages. And when it comes to the evaluation, we submit the RFQ, we submit a price. For example, if it is a transportation, we quote 20,000 rupees for point A to point B. That is the quote. But when the reverse auction happens with the large corporate, the base price that is set is 18,000. It is much lesser than the reverse, the price that we have submitted the quote. And then happens a reverse auction, and where we have to reduce 500 rupees per unit. I mean, that's the measure in which a logistic service provider can quote and try to secure the business. And as the reverse bid is completed, then if suppose there are 5-6 people participating, there is also an opportunity given whether you can match L2. L2 can come and match the L1 price, and we will give you a share of business. And that is the thing. And sad, I mean, ironically, after going through such a ridiculous, I mean, rigorous cost-cutting measure, finally, after halfway through the tender, we again come for a renegotiation of the price. So where does initiative for, I mean, where is the incentive for green initiative? We are all looking at cost. I mean, whether there's a sponge effect where there is some interest for us to invest in green energy or something to do with green, or even if the smallest intention or a desire is there, because of the price negotiation, whatever is there is wrung off and we lose that. Now these are two colors, red and black. These are the financial colors. Every company would not like to be in the red but in the black. A corporate would try to win contracts, competing multinational giants in the race, and never be in the red but in the black. And we as a service provider will also try to somehow do some pricing and make some margin so that we are also not in the red but in the black. But ultimately green is off the window. We do not even think about green. We do not even think about investing in green. I mean, and even in the tenders, we don't have any provision or where there is a incentive for being a company which is supporting the green initiative. Now the second question that is before us is whether it is viability. And third, we as a logistic service company, we also are into the ITV operations where we provide trucks to be plied within the port to carry the containers from the ship to the shore and shore to the ship. And it's all diesel vehicles. And due to the green initiative, there was a request from the port and from the terminal operator whether you will be able to invest in one truck and do some trials. As a company, we were skeptical because the cost is about 3 times higher. But then being part of an experience, we thought, okay, let us try. But normally when we go for a diesel truck, we would have many companies queuing up in front of our office just to get the order. But when we started asking for the EV vehicles, till such time, it started about 2 months back, not even a single company has given us, okay, we have a product and this is the price. We didn't even have a quote, in spite of we running behind them. So now the third question is availability. So these are the 3 things. When we talk about green initiative, these are all corporate board level discussion or policy level discussion. When is it going to come to the common man, a common businessman? And I think that is the challenge that is before us. And second thing, it is all mostly concept. Where is the commercial scale? Madam told about we should not just look at the commercial ships, but look at the fishermen, the sailing vessels, etc. So I think with still many things are in the concept level. I think we need to come to the commercial scale. And most of it is in the policy level, but not a people movement. I had the opportunity of being involved in port in various initiatives, particularly the speeds, where the land is given on 30-year, 60-year, 90-year lease for industries. So we talked about a lot of things about giving large scale of lands to green energy, etc. And being part of the shipping fraternity, I had the opportunity of going around for the green methanol retrofitted ship. But in spite of all this, just like a common man, I am also ignorant about many of the things about green energy and green initiative. So pardon me for my ignorance, but I think I represent a very, very large portion of the common businessman. With this, I complete my speech and leave it to the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I must apologize. I think I got a little too excited talking about money. But I think we have a few presentations. Do we have any presentations? Yes, I'm really sorry. Please, can we do the presentation?
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll try to keep my presentation short, given the paucity of time. But yes, would like to take you through what are the key regulations. So basically, IMO 2023 and 2025 are the regulations where the decarbonization of the shipping sector is started. They mandated the reduction in the carbon emissions by the shipping, and 2023 was like that they will give efficiency rating for the vessel, and each year each vessel or the vessel owner have to improve the energy efficiency for their vessels. And IMO 2025 mandates the net zero target, that by 2050 the carbon emission by the vessel has to be zero, and that is where, and this has to be the phase-wise emission. By 2030 the 20% reduction, and by 2040 the 70% reduction, taking to 100% reduction by 2050. Now this required the ship vessel owners, and this requires the vessel owners to take interventions in short, medium, and long term, considering various factors to reduce the carbon emissions for their vessels, so that they are in line with the requirements, the regulations, as well as also they have to look at the cost. So there are several options available to them. One is, which we have been discussing throughout the day, one is the alternate fuel option. Yes, that switching over to the cleaner and greener fuels, that is one. And then there are other interventions which they would be using in the short to medium term, so that they are within the mandated regulatory carbon emissions requirement, which is including improving the energy efficiency of the vessel, reducing the waste from the vessel, also using solar panels or some other renewable energy to get part power for the vessel. So there would be some, these are some of the ways, but most of it is going to be coming now from the cleaner and greener fuels. And we have discussed again whole day, but these are some few of the fuel options which are there, which shipping companies are looking forward to, including the LNG. LNG is there, then ammonia and hydrogen is there, and then biofuel and the methanol. Now, each options have got their own pros and cons. Like biofuel, you don't have to have any retrofitting. They can be used, so they can bring down their carbon emissions. You can use biofuel, mix them, blend them with the current IFO, and bring down your carbon emissions for the vessel, and is very useful in the short to medium term. Similarly, methanol also, the retrofitting requirements are not very high from the cost perspective. Also, the methanol is not that very high, and that is why methanol could be a potential requirement in medium to long term. So methanol and LNG also could be a requirement in medium to long term. While ammonia and hydrogen are being viewed as of now as something in the long term, they would be more viable, given that the technology is going to improve more. The technology is going to bring the cost down for the green ammonia and green hydrogen. Yeah. So from the cost perspective, basically, as I said, that LNG and methanol, they are on the medium level, but for the hydrogen and ammonia, the costs are currently comparatively higher. And biofuel, it would be lesser because the retrofitting costs are lesser. Now, from a vessel owner perspective, what are the parameters through which the vessel owner is going to decide upon the cost parameter? One, because for him, he has to bring down the carbon emissions across all its vessels. The vessels which are old, vessels which are newly bought, and vessels which they plan to buy in the future. So they have to think through that. Maybe for the older vessels, the retrofitting requirement, they would not want to undertake, so they would opt for a fuel which are easily available without any retrofitting requirements. For vessels for which subsequent age, considerable age is remaining, they may go for the retrofitting requirements. And then for the new vessels, they may look forward to fuel alternative, which is going to be in the long term. That is one. Second aspect would be the availability of the infrastructure, or availability of the bunkering options, whether the bunkering options or the support infrastructure for those fuel options is already available. From that perspective, LNG, methanol comes out to be the such one of those options. LNG is available now, multiple ports. At least as a fuel, it is available, and then there is a pathway transition to the greener fuel. Like for LNG, from LNG you go to the biomethane, and from biomethane it is e-LNG. Similarly, from methanol, currently whatever is being produced to the e-methanol, which is the completely green methanol derived from the sources where there is no carbon emission. Now, across the countries, and even that has been what Mr. Thomas also mentioned, the cost is a key aspect, that who is going to pay for this. At the end of the day, there is regulation, but then there is a cost. Okay? So countries, the governments also realize that they are taking those steps, initiatives which include ranging from the financial initiatives which they are providing, also getting involved into the design aspects, that for the cleaner fuel, greener fuel, what would be the engine design or vessel design which is going to be which is going to keep the cost down for the vessels. And also Yeah, and then providing the support infrastructure for those fuel options. Same way, considering this, Indian government has also is taking several steps. Maritime Amrit Kal Vision documents, even 2030 Vision document, they provide government intention towards, and they provide several initiatives which the government plans to undertake towards implementing the greener and cleaner shipping, also towards more sustainable port operations. And several initiatives which they already have taken is, one is the green tug initiatives, and I am aware, I mean, several of the major ports, they are already in the process of procuring the green tugs. Then similarly, from the policy level, Harit Sagar Green Port Guidelines, which mandates the guidelines for a sustainable port operations, then Harit Nauka, which mandates guidelines towards the operations for the vessels in the waterways, inland waterways. Then there is another maritime development fund which the madam already highlighted, that their government has provided maritime development fund which would be used for such efforts towards the cleaner and greener maritime sector operations, including the shipping. And then the government is also taking initiatives towards the green shipping corridor. Tuticorin port is also considering operating such a corridor between Kandla and Tuticorin. So that is again one intervention which the government is. From the green corridor perspective, there are, as I said, Tuticorin and Kandla, that is the corridor which is already identified. Then there are several corridors which are proposed. Now, how the vessels, whether the vessels or when the vessels are going to be operated along those corridors would depend upon several factors. Again, the cost of operating or transporting the cargo through that clean or greener fuel. Also, the availability of the infrastructure such as the bunkering infrastructure and bunkering facility across these corridors. Also, and the availability of the vessel. Such vessels which can be plied on these corridors. So there would be several factors which needs to be assessed, and that is why the government is also undertaking the pilot projects so that they can see what are the challenges, what are the maybe at the level of government, what incentives may be required to incentivize vessel operators, private vessel operators to ply their vessels on these corridors. Yeah. I think that would be, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. So, I want to come to you, Vaibhav Thakurji, and please tell us that do these measures outlined by the government and the fund allocated or proposed by the government, do they suffice for this green transition?
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Chairman Sir. Thank you, Deputy Chairman Sir, and all the VOCP Port Authority team members. On behalf of Jem Bakshi and Tuticorin Container Terminal, I am representing here. ESG, what a good piece of our Chairman Sir and our MD Sir. This is a book which is available on website. To be honestly speaking, talking about ESG funding, what you are saying, before this terminal started, I came down to Tuticorin terminal with one of our investor. I don't want to name the investor. We landed, we stay here, same resort. And the first question asked by the investor or the banker was, what is your progress or plan for ESG? The first question asked to me was, what is your plan for ESG? And then we had, fortunately, the book of sustainability. So, for the funding part, yes, government funding is incentives as per the Maritime India visions are required, and obviously government has limitation. But being a terminal operator, it's our commitment towards climate change and sustainability. We at the Jem Bakshi and Tuticorin terminal feel proud because we are very much committed towards sustainability, focusing on reduction of scope 1, scope 2 and scope 3 emissions. Couple of initiatives what at Jem Bakshi we have taken across all our 12 terminals. Scope 1 reduction, electrification of the equipment. The RTGC, Mr. Senthil Kumar was talking about RTGC crane. Across all our terminal, we have converted diesel RTGC into electrical. Those are done by One of my colleagues, Sunil Kumar, is here. He was pioneer into that in conversion of diesel RTG to electrical RTGC. So altogether 57 cranes have been electrified. Then the first cargo or container handling equipment, which is also called as a restacker, the electrical restacker, battery operator restacker has been purchased in operation in JM So right now we have around 25 battery operated electrical restackers. So this is how a progress on electrification of the equipments is happening. The scope 2 emissions talking about the electricity consumption from the grid. So we are focusing on the solar panels. Also, we are looking for the flexibility of having power purchase agreement by the third-party vendors. Kandla, we have a terminal wherein all 100% energy is through wind energy. So thanks to Kandla Port Authority. And similarly, I think here also we have the green energy from wind and the solar. So thanks to VO, Port Authority team members also. So this is how we are focusing reduction of scope 2 emission. The third challenge for us was scope 3 emissions, which have 14 parameters and indicators. And one of the great challenge for us road transport. All our trucks, which was shown here somewhere, and thank you because background was JM Bakshi crane. So all those trucks are running on fuel and diesel. Now we are coming up with the battery operated trucks. The battery operated trucks, the company name is Energy in Motion. Around 100 trucks are already in pipeline. We last week we got one battery operated truck in Sonipat, DICT. Probably in Navasheva they will be coming up. Believe me, it's a miracle. You won't have to stay like CNG for 1 hour, 2 hours in the queue to do a battery charging for 7-8 hours. We have a swapping machine. Truck will go, automatically the battery will be lifted up, it will go, the battery which got charged, it will be again plug in. Human-less operation, it takes around 17 minutes. So this is how our vision is. When we talk about ESG, this is more of environmental responsibility and commitment towards social is also very much. So safety is one of the aspect, and the governors, I don't know the participants here knows about that Tuticorin terminal is the only terminal in India who has 50% of female workers. So big round of applause, you know. I have been talking to our stakeholder, Hapag-Lloyd Terminals. Do you have such kind of percentage of female workers? They know. They said no. Hardly 10%, 15%. And the first vessel which was handled here, the first container vessel, I had witnessed that. I was there on the ship handling the containers. I got a call from the operations team, and the voice was female. Okay. So it's a great move by JM Bakshi, and our vision to have a terminal with 100% female employees under the diversity and inclusion. So this is how the progress on ESG is happening, sustainability. One more new initiative what we have started, sir, is a zero liquid discharge. Vishaka terminal is the first terminal in India who got the zero liquid discharge certification. That means no wastewater is dumped into the seawater or drain water. It gets treated to the sewage treatment plant, and again it gets reused for gardening, flushing, cleaning the solar panels, for domestic purpose. A day before yesterday, one of the CFS got the certification. So 100% recycle of water is another vision to reduce the wastewater management. I was looking at the Haris Sagar guideline. There are certain environmental KPIs talking about 2030 mission and 2047 missions, reduction of wastewater, increasing the percentage of renewable energy, and so on and so forth. We are very much close to that. Maybe I would say we are far ahead to that. Another thing which I would like to highlight about JM Bakshi is that we have submitted our net zero commitment to SBTI. SBTI is nothing but Science-Based Target Initiative, which is globally accredited. And our net zero emission targets have been approved by SBTI, and we are the first in India whose target got approved by the SBTI. So this is how our journey, and this is just a beginning. We have a long way to go for E, S, and G.
Thank you, sir. I had the privilege of visiting the Tuticorin International Container Terminal yesterday and interacting with the female employees. And they highlighted that a lot of them who are working there come from humble backgrounds. So kudos to JM Baxi Group for taking this initiative. But I want to inquire to Senthil sir whether the commitment that sir is talking about from the private sector's commitment to ESG, how true is that? Like, how enthusiastic do you find the private sectors in making efforts in envisioning the future in allocating funds for a green transition? Do you think these claims are true or somewhat debatable?
No, these claims are true unless and until if the government and also the private players participate, then only we can move into the transition. And in few minutes ago, you were asking whether the funds allocated is sufficient for green transition by the government. So as you know that MDF has already contributed $25,000, 25,000 crores, and we have under National Green Hydrogen Mission on $16,000. But let me tell you that there are many ways of financing. So unless until we stick to some way of financing, how to get about it. And in the presentation made by the other gentleman, visibility is the one. So it is also just to emphasize all, even including the private stakeholders, that when organization like IMO, they're bringing into the new regulations in revised strategy where the financial means transition to the technologies. They're giving the differential price gap between the conventional fossil fuels, or if the shipping lanes or any entity changes into the green. Just to give an example, in case if a company transits to alternate fuels or any way, there is also debate that which fuels, but the shipping knows. In the previous session, somebody from Bina has already told there are 300 ships on ammonia. The ship owners know, they know that yes, the only fact is that finance. What is the cost? So taking into that, there is a funds available in United Nations Environment, UNEF, around 5 billion, and the new policy which the IMO is going to bring in, the regulations, will generate around $5 billion US. And remember that shipping is only contributing to around 3% of GHG emissions. It is not only shipping which is going to transit, the global sectors, including shipping, private, government, and everybody. So if all of us knows how to get the finance, how this $5 billion generated in IMO, how you can get the finance, because it is categorically stated that during the debate in the United Nations in various sessions, the DG Shipping has submitted papers that how the funds to be refinanced, funds to be utilized. So we categorically debated and with the coordination with the many member states. So it has been accepted. So once it comes in the extraordinary session in October, and in 2026, if the funds is developed and generated, the shipping companies can take the finance for transition. If a company proves that yes, I have invested, for example, fuel manufacturers, if you generate green hydrogen or ammonia, they can be funded through this fund. It is there in that fund. It's only that visibility that people should know. So India needs to go to the more to the all shipping companies, and a conference like this, we should thank the VOC port chairman, deputy chairman, where interaction with the stakeholders will enlighten the various entities outside world that how to know what is the way to convert, how a fuel manufacturer or green hydrogen hub, which is going to come in Tuticorin and Kandla. It can also be financed by, if we demonstrate that yes, it has been used for shipping. That is the factor. And also various interactions. Like you are saying that ESG governance, yes, we can also take funds to prove that if we have established that we produce green fuels, then you can get the finance from that sector. Thank you.
So what is the state of innovative green financing models such as climate bonds or ESG-linked loans or blended finance? Are they being leveraged at the moment by the shipping industry?
Yes, it is being leveraged in shipping industry, but it is up to the member states how to go about for ship financing. It leads to the option. If you go back traditionally, the ships are financed for construction of ship. The various bonds has been made. For example, Japan is the leading shipping building industry, so they get finance for shipbuilding. So as you said, the government of India is also giving 30% for green ships. 20% is outrightly given to any ship which is constructed in India. But if you prove that my ship is a green, it can be extended up to 30%. So like that, it's up to the financial institution. So we need to get geared up with the financial institutions, bankers, lending associations to define what kind of financial, like bonds or loans or various ways. In together, they also can approach to the International Maritime Organization to get the funds, which is going to be by 2030, around $5 billion is going to be generated by virtue of new GAG strategy, that is direct compliance method and base targets. So all shipping companies. Why we are stressing on the finance is that India is having only around 1,500 ships, and in that around 300 ships are trading globally. So we don't have much impact. Even if 300 ships, the government is ready to convert into green ships, but the volume of EXIM trade is around 97%. So which will affect the end users, that is the consumers. So due to which we need to finance and interaction with the shipping companies, financial institutions, and the stakeholders.
Pritish sir, in your experience working with both government and private organizations and in the shipping industry, do you think cost is the only factor that somewhat like impedes the green transition, or are there other factors that come into play? Because given that India has a limited amount of impact on the global shipping industry, the transition may not be as hard. But is cost the only impediment?
So, when you look at decarbonization, when you want to reduce GHG emissions, so it is, our societies, the way we function, the way we have organized ourselves, we have become very logged into fossil fuels, right? We have kind of, the way we function on a daily basis, we have logged into fossil fuels. Now we are trying to kind of, dissociate our economies, the way we function from, burning fossil fuels. We don't want to be dependent on fossil fuels. We want to move away from fossil fuels. We want to go towards alternate fuels, alternate sources of energy, what you call cleaner sources of energy. Now there are three aspects that regulate these areas, right? If you, any area when you're moving to a new technology, there are three things that you need to fundamentally look at. One, that the technology has to be there, right? The technologies have to be, someone has to come up with the technologies, right? You have today for decarbonization, you have technologies such as battery storage. You have technologies like green hydrogen, right? Or green fuel. You have technologies that are emerging like carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration. There are a lot of technologies that are out there. So technologies are emerging for decarbonization, one. Number two, technology will not really take off until it is supported by a good business model. It needs to be self-sustaining. It needs to have a business model supporting it. So the financial aspect comes in. Who's investing? Are there investors? Are there, is the money flowing into that technology? Are there buyers for the technology? So we all, always talk about government programs. Government needs to fund these projects. Government needs to, has to come up with the program to fund money. Now the thing is, government has limited resources. Government has other areas to function in. I mean, the gap between what is required to meet our climate targets in 2050 in terms of finances to where we are today, to the amount that's being spent today, the gap is so staggering that the governments across the world cannot do it themselves. They need the private sector, right? So you need to, unlock private capital or incentivize private sector to move in. That is where you need, you need mechanisms such as, carbon markets. Carbon markets are essentially one way to de-risk private finance. What you're essentially doing is that you are giving that additional viability. You are bumping up the IRR from an 8% for a project without carbon credits, sale of carbon revenues from sale of carbon credits, to a 14%, which makes the project more viable. So you are, that way what you do, where private sector won't have invested through let's say a carbon market or a blended finance mechanism, you are attracting private investment and making that project feasible, right? So technology is one area. There is finance, we spoke about finance. And third is always, especially in any other sector, but more so in the space of climate, in the space of energy, you need proper regulations. You need government to step in and come up with the right regulations across sectors. May it be the power sector, may it be the shipping sector, the port sector, it could be, the carbon markets itself. The government needs to step in and kind of put the, a framework, a rules-based framework in place so that the players feel safe, the private sector feels safe, comes in and they know what the rules are, they come in and make their investments and they can expect their returns. So these are the three, for every time you want to move away from the status quo to something new, you need the technologies to come in, you need finance, and then you need the regulations. So these are the three aspects the way I would look at it.
I'll come to Karan Arora ji on the question of regulation that remains, although I know that you're more of a technological person than a regulation person. But are you happy or the state of regulation that exists in India for making the green transition? What is your overall view on that?
So, yes, you asked a very pertinent question, because at the end we are saying that yes, world is one, and we are already talking about synchronization of standards. And what we feel so far, we're talking about shoreside electricity, which is being talked about a lot, not only in India but also in EU, when all the major ports are being foreseen to be mandatorily using shoreside electricity, at least for the time when they are berthed. So they are not dependent on the diesel generators, and then they are running through the shoreside electricity. But what is pertinent is we are already, like, this hype has been going on forever, and we still don't have a very concrete synchronization as far as what kind of cables, what kind of connectors they are going to be, it is going, what if, ship is berthed and we don't have the correct infrastructure, right infrastructure to provide the shoreside electricity. So what is the need of the hour is obviously talking about standardization, and also looking at the fuel aspect. So what may be green in India may not be green elsewhere, maybe in EU. And at GIZ, we tried to address that with India coming up with the green hydrogen certification scheme, where they are defining 2 kg CO2 emissions and what is the well to gate, what are the system boundaries where one has to take care, and what are the GHG accounting methodologies one has to adopt. We have one, but what is followed, what ship is coming is not complying, it is not as per Indian certification. They have RFNBO, guidelines. There it is well to wake. And that is where one has to have maybe, has to take into account that when these certifications, these certifying bodies who are actually certifying the hydrogen or the green fuel, are they having double fencing? Are they maintaining double ledgers? So it is also altogether becoming, more and more complex. And that's what we tried to address through a white paper that we launched last month, to kind of find a synergy between the Indian as well as the EU-based RFNBO certification guidelines.
Jayant sir, how do you view this problem of global standards not being in sync, and what may be considered green in India may not be considered green elsewhere? How do you think your organization deals with that problem? Do we need more international collaboration? Do we need uniform standards? Or do we need some sort of understanding that the needs of each country and the economic needs, social, environmental needs are different, and everybody cannot bear the same environmental burden, because India is definitely not the culprit of climate change, it's a victim.
To be very honest, the entire time and focus for us as commercial people are to make the business happen. So ultimately, I think this industry at a ground level, at a port level, needs a lot of hand-holding with regard to the changes that are happening across. And some time back we had the low sulfur fuel introduced. I mean, till such time the implementation came, we were all like trying to still make our companies profitable. So I think in terms of these, we need a lot of collaboration and hand-holding, so that we are aware how we need to move from where we are to where we have to be I think that is what.
My last question to Gaurav ji. Going ahead, what do you think your suggestions would be for both private and the government sector to ensure there's funding available for green transition, or some of the challenges that you would like to highlight?
See, from green shipping perspective, we want to operate, as he rightly pointed out, in IMO 2021, there was requirement mandated that you switch to VLSFO. So whole shipping fraternity, they just resorted that what needs to be done now, how do we reduce it, whether we go to switch to the VLSFO or we put scrubbers and all, and there was a call to be taken. Again, 3 years down the line, now there is decarbonization requirement, So for private sector, yes, definitely, as he pointed out, that hand holding is required. And they require the infrastructure support. Now, from infrastructure perspective, if I choose for let's say, any cleaner fuel or greener fuel, whether the bunkering infrastructure is available, what is the cost of that particular fuel, whether the vessels are available where I can use those fuel. So I want to operate an LNG vessel, whether the LNG vessels are available in the market or not, and what is the charter rate for those vessels. Now, with that, whether my cost comes out to be feasible or not. So yes, from private sector perspective, the infrastructure support and all would be required. Secondly, from the government, what is needed is, yes, policy support, as has been highlighted, that it is required. Much more conferences like this where people are become aware that what is available to them, what they can do, including like carbon markets are there through which some level of financial feasibility can be improved. Then another thing from the government perspective would be, as I mentioned, that designs, that governments are into that, what would be the vessel designs, how can the vessel cost could be reduced, because those experiments or those technologies maybe at the government level also can be undertaken. Secondly, from the government perspective, maybe pilot movements, to assess that what are the challenges, whether even with carbon markets, whether there is financial feasibility required, what are those routes where a vessel can be profitably plied, given understanding that the availability of the vessel, understanding the availability of the support infrastructure that is needed. So from government, the support is needed on these aspects, policy aspects, infrastructure support, the assessment aspect, that what would be the challenges with regard to the financial and all, and plus the knowledge dissipation, that providing that understanding knowledge to the private sector, that these are all the options available to them. And yes, from private sector perspective, yes, definitely that they would be the one ultimately who would need to stand up and invest, yes, in this.
Thank you, sir. With this, now we conclude the session. I'm sorry if I was a little hasty. I mean, people have flights to catch, so please don't mind me. Thank you so much, everyone. I request Deputy Chairman, sir. I request Shri Kavin Maharaj ji to come and felicitate the guests. Thank you, Shri Kavin Maharaj ji, for joining us, and thank you for making time for this event. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. With this final session, now we conclude the conference, and I want to thank all the participants, all the panelists, all the distinguished guests, all the members of the Port Authority, everyone who made time to join us for this conference. And I congratulate the VOC Port for such a successful conference. Thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time out. Thank you for making this a success. And just another information. Okay. Yes. So our director, my boss, Dr. Manish Tiwari ji, will now be honored by the chairman, VOC Port.
This event was managed, planned by IGPP Bharat Prabha and actively by Mr. Manish Tiwari. And the credit of success of this program goes to him, so we'd like to honor him. We'll have one round of clap for.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And the credit goes to you and your leadership along with everybody at the port. All of you have been so warm and welcoming. And this is really an honor to be here. Plus, I must say that, things are changing. Because in the government sector, the kind of spirit all of you have, that is much, much more appreciable than it could be imagined. Thank you so much.
I now request Deputy Chairman Sir, Shri Rajesh Saundararajan, to felicitate Dr. C. Pandi Selvadurai, IOFS CVO, Cochin Shipyard Limited. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. And now we break for tea. We'll reconvene again at 7:30 for a cultural program that will be followed by dinner. Thank you so much.